Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. Chapter 1. The Call That Didn't Want to Be Heard. Part 1.1. Night shift always smelled the same in my town: burnt coffee, wet asphalt, and the faint metallic bite of a radio that never really shut up. I used to think I liked it. When I first got hired, I told myself I was built for nights. Less traffic, fewer supervisors, fewer civilians looking at you like you were either a hero or a threat. Nights felt honest. You rolled slow through sleeping neighborhoods, watched porch lights flick on and off, broke up the occasional fight, ran plates, wrote reports. Most of the time you were a moving observer with a badge, floating through other people's quiet disasters, and then driving away before the mess could stick to you. That was the story I told myself anyway. In reality, I was a rookie who still checked my uniform in the mirror like I was dressing up for a part I hadn't memorized yet. My vest rode a little too high and rubbed the base of my throat raw. The shoulder mic cord always twisted itself into a knot, no matter how many times I fixed it. I kept a notepad in my pocket because I trusted ink more than my memory, and a pack of gum in the center console because the smell of other people's houses, stale smoke, mildew, sweat, clung to your mouth long after you left. Around midnight, I pulled into a gas station off Route 19. It was one of those all-night places that never really looked clean, no matter how often someone mopped fluorescent lights. Two white floor tiles, too shiny, a soda machine humming like it was alive. The clerk knew me by face, not name. He gave the same half nod every time, like we were both agreeing not to talk about the hour. I topped off the tank and went inside for coffee. The coffee pot was practically welded to the warmer. The smell hit me before I even poured it, dark, bitter, a little scorched. It was comfort in the way a cheap blanket is comfort. Not good, just familiar. I added too much cream and stared at the little whirlpool it made, the foam turning the surface the color of a bruise. Outside, rain tapped the windows in a steady rhythm. Not the gentle kind. The heavy, confident kind that comes down like it owns the night. The weather report had said thunderstorms, but they always said thunderstorms. It was a lazy word that covered everything from a little lightning to the sky ripping open. I walked back out to my cruiser, the cold air smelling like wet dirt and gasoline. When I opened the door, the interior hit me with vinyl heat and old disinfectant. The department cleaned the cars the way hospitals clean hallways, enough to claim it was sanitary, not enough to erase what had happened there before you. I sat down, took a sip of coffee, and let the warmth spread through my chest. The scanner was low, a constant shush of traffic stops and routine calls. Someone's alarm going off, a welfare check, an officer calling in a broken taillight. The kind of night that slid by like a slow movie you didn't have to pay attention to. That's what I wanted. A night that didn't make a story. Our city was small enough that you could drive from one end to the other in 20 minutes if the lights were in your favor. Middle-class subdivisions on one side, two-car garages, trimmed lawns, basketball hoops bending under the weight of teenage years, and transitional neighborhoods on the other, where the paint peeled faster, the porches sagged, and people kept their curtains shut even at noon. In between were pockets of older homes that looked charming in daylight and wrong at night, the kind of streets where trees leaned over the road like they were trying to listen. I'd been assigned to nights because I was new and because everyone had to pay that toll. The older guys on day shift would clap me on the shoulder and joke about how I'd learned to love the vampire hours. I'd laugh like it didn't bother me. I didn't want them to see how badly I needed the job, how badly I needed to be good at it. I drove slow through the quiet parts, headlights slicing through rain. Porch lights glowed behind wet leaves, A dog barked once and then stopped like someone had put a hand over its mouth. At 1:43 a.m., the first transformer blew. It wasn't close enough to feel, but I saw an abrupt flash of electric blue behind the tree line, bright enough to paint the clouds from below. A second later, the sound arrived, a deep pop that rolled across the neighborhood like a distant shotgun. The streetlights ahead flickered, steadied, and then went dark. One by one, the world switched off. I watched it happen down the road, traffic signals blinking out, house lights dying behind curtains, the reflective paint on lane lines suddenly looking dull. The rain got louder in the absence of electricity, like it had been waiting for the chance to be the only sound. My headlights became the only moving light on the street. "Copy, we've got a power outage," spreading dispatch said over the radio, her voice flat in that professional way that kept emotion from leaking through. Multiple neighborhoods affected, units advised. Her name was Mara. She'd been dispatching longer than I'd been old enough to drive. She knew every officer's voice, every street name, every shift change rhythm. Mara had a calm that didn't come from comfort. She'd earned it by sitting in a chair and listening to other people bleed into a microphone for years. I keyed up. 12 copy. A few minutes later, another transformer blew. Another blue flare behind the trees. Another pop. The rain came down harder, turning the road into a sheet of black glass. I slowed near an intersection that was now completely dead. No signals, no blinking red, just 4 directions of darkness and wet asphalt. I rolled through carefully, scanning left and right, like I'd been taught the city, suddenly feeling less like a place people lived and more like a set someone had abandoned. It was funny how quickly darkness turned familiar streets into something else. How you could know a neighborhood by heart and still feel like you didn't belong there once the lights went out. I thought about calling it in again. I thought about the roads flooding and how far backup could really be if something went sideways. I thought about the old advice the training officer gave me on my first night. Never assume the night is quiet just because you can't see it. And then the tone hit. That sharp, urgent beep that cut through the scanner chatter and went straight into your nerves. "Unit 12, Mara said. Stand by." My stomach tightened. I didn't know why yet. The words themselves were nothing. Routine. But Mara's tone changed, just a fraction. Like she'd put her hand over a candle flame and felt heat. "Unit 12, she repeated, possible 911 hang-up." Caller whispered. "Address flagged as vacant. I need you to respond." A hang-up didn't always mean anything. People butt-dialed, kids played with phones, drunks hit buttons they didn't understand. But flagged as vacant made my jaw clench. Vacant houses were magnets for trouble squatters, addicts, people running from someone, people hiding from something. "Copy," I said. "Send me the address." She rattled it off. A street name that sat in the back of my head like an old bruise. I'd driven through that area before, not often. It wasn't an outright bad neighborhood. It was the kind of place people drove through fast without realizing they were doing it. "How far am I?" asked, even though I already knew I was probably the closest. That's how it always went. About 10 minutes given conditions. Backup is tied up on a crash on the south end. Nearest unit after you is 8 to 12 minutes depending on flooded roads. 8 to 12 minutes might as well have been another town. I glanced at the rain hammering the windshield. The wipers squealed across the glass, fighting water they couldn't keep up with. In the mirror, the world behind me was just darkness and blurred reflections. "Copy," I said again, because that's what you say when you don't want your voice to reveal anything else. I turned the cruiser around and started toward the address. As I drove, Mara stayed on the line in short bursts. Traffic was minimal, only a few headlights sliding through the dark like cautious animals. The city had become a place where anyone awake was either working or hiding. Halfway there, Mara keyed up again. 12, she said, and there was a hesitation, a tiny pause filled with static. I need to tell you something. Go ahead. Her voice lowered, not in volume, but in shape. The way you talk when you're trying not to spook someone, even though you're spooked yourself. The caller's voice sounded wrong. Wrong how I asked. There was another pause. In the background, I could hear the dispatch room muted chatter phones, the soft click of keys. The sounds of a place that stayed bright while the rest of the city went dark. They sounded like an adult male, Mara said carefully, but altered. Like someone trying to sound like a child. My grip tightened on the steering wheel. I watched my headlights wash over wet lawns and dark porches, my brain trying to slot her words into a category that made sense. A prank, I said, and I hated how hopeful it sounded. No, Mara replied immediately. Not like a prank. Not like someone putting on a voice to be funny. It sounded forced. Like someone who's been doing it too long. Like they only knew how to talk that way. A shiver crawled up my neck, and I told myself it was just the cold air from the vent. Did they say anything specific, I asked? They said, please, I'm in a house, he'll hear me. And then the line cut. A house. He'll hear me. That wasn't a butt dial. The rain was so heavy it made the world look like it was melting. My headlights caught the edge of an American flag hanging limp against a porch. A plastic kid's slide in a yard, slick and shiny, abandoned like a toy in a flood. I tried to picture an adult male whispering in a child's voice, terrified of being overheard. My mind reached for the easiest explanation and came up empty. Did you call back? I asked. We did, Mara said. No answer. I swallowed. My mouth tasted like burnt coffee and adrenaline. Keep trying, I said. And put another unit on me as soon as you can. Copy, then softer, be careful. It wasn't in the script. Dispatchers didn't always say things like that. They didn't always let the human part show. I turned onto a street where every lamp was dead. The darkness here was different than the darkness in the suburbs. It wasn't tidy. It pressed in close. Houses sat back from the road with yards that blurred into the night. Trees leaned over their branches, moving in the wind like slow hands. My GPS arrow crawled along the map. 10 minutes became 7. 7 became 5. The cruiser's cabin felt too small. The vinyl seat stuck to my uniform. The radio hissed like it had a throat. I forced myself to breathe slowly. In training, they tell you to control your breathing. They don't tell you that fear changes your body in tiny ways you don't notice until later, how your shoulders creep up, how your jaw aches from clenching, how your eyes stop blinking. I told myself it was just another call, just a hang-up, just someone drunk, just someone hiding because they had warrants. I told myself that because the alternative was admitting that my instincts had already started whispering something else. When I got within a mile of the address, Mara keyed up again. 12, she said. Stand by. I flicked my gaze to the MDT screen mounted on the dash. The call details were there, address call type notes. The words, flagged vacant, were in all caps like a warning label. Go ahead, I said. Mara's voice came through, and now she sounded like she was choosing her words with tweezers. When we called back, she said the line stayed open for a few seconds. No one spoke. So it was still connected. Yes, but I heard something. What I asked, and I hated how quick I was. The rain hammered so loud on my roof, it almost drowned her out. My wipers slapped faster, fighting a losing battle. Mara exhaled into the mic. I could hear it, her breath controlled but tense. There was a noise, she said. Like plastic. Like a toy. like something being squeezed. The muscles in my forearm tightened around the wheel. My headlights swept over a row of mailboxes, each one shining wet and silver. The neighborhood ahead looked abandoned, but I knew people were inside those houses, sleeping through the storm, unaware of how thin the walls felt to someone awake. "A toy," I repeated. "Yes," Mara said. A plastic clicking. Slow at first. Then it stopped, and then the line went dead. For a moment, all I could hear was my own breathing and the rain. Then my radio crackled again, and Mara added the sentence that lodged itself in my head like a hook line stayed open. And there was a plastic clicking. Chapter 1. The Call That Didn't Want to Be Heard. Part 1.2. The last turn onto the street felt like crossing a line. My headlights swept over houses that were technically there, porches, windows, mailboxes, the usual bones of a neighborhood. But the power outage turned everything into silhouettes. No porch lights. No warm rectangles of living room glow behind curtains. Just wet siding and dark glass reflecting my cruiser back at me like I was the only thing moving in the world. The address sat near the end of the block, where the asphalt gave up and turned into patched gravel. I slowed tires hissing through standing water and found it. The yard was wrong immediately. Not abandoned wrong, not the kind of neglect that comes from foreclosure and time. This was different. This was the wrongness of somebody living there and not living right. Grass that had grown to knee height in uneven patches, like it had been trampled and then left to regenerate. Weeds thick as rope climbing the porch steps. Bushes pushed up against the windows, swallowing them, as if the house didn't want to be seen. The roofline sagged just a little subtle enough that in daylight you might blame it on age. In the dark, with rain sheeting off the shingles, it looked like the house was tired. I pulled my cruiser to the curb and killed the siren I hadn't even turned on. The engine idled low. The wipers kept moving, scraping water that immediately replaced itself. For a second, I stayed inside, letting my eyes adjust and my brain run through the checklist like a prayer. Hang-up call, flagged vacant, possible occupant, possible hostage, possible everything. I keyed my radio, dispatch unit 12, on scene. Mara answered right away. Copy, backup is still en route. Be advised, flooded roads. You're alone right now. Copy, I said, and even through my own voice I heard it, that thin edge that meant my body was already gearing up. I clicked my body cam on. The red light blinked in my peripheral vision like a heartbeat. I grabbed my flashlight, checked my weapon without thinking, and stepped out into the rain. The cold hit my face hard. Rain soaked my uniform instantly, running down the collar, where my vest already rubbed raw. The air smelled like wet earth and electrical burn from the blown transformers. And underneath that, something else, stagnant, organic, not quite rot, but close enough to make my stomach tighten. The path to the porch wasn't really a path. It was a strip of mud where the grass had been flattened by repeated foot traffic, then drowned by the storm. My boots sank with each step, suctioning loose with a sound like a kiss. The front door was not closed. It was cracked open just enough to show a thin, vertical line of darkness inside. A black slit, like someone had cut the house open and left it bleeding shadow. I stopped at the bottom step and listened. The rain was loud, but you learn to listen through noise. You learn to listen for the things that don't belong, breathing a foot, shifting fabric, brushing against fabric, the tiny betrayals bodies make. I heard nothing from inside. No TV, no footsteps, no voices. Just the rain and the faint whine of wind moving through the overgrown bushes. I climbed the porch steps, slowly keeping my flashlight angled down, not wanting to blast light through the crack and announce exactly where I was. The porch boards flexed under my weight. Water dripped from the porch roof in uneven streams. Something brushed my sleeve wet leaves from a bush that had grown too close, like the house was being held. At the door, I took a breath and spoke clearly. "Police department," I said loud enough to carry. "If you're inside, come to the door." Silence. I waited. Counted seconds. Let my eyes flick over the doorway, the hinges, the frame, any sign of forced entry, splintered wood, broken latch. The door looked intact. The lock looked intact. The crack looked intentional. Like someone had opened it and decided not to close it all the way. "Police," I repeated. "If you called 911, say something now." Nothing. The darkness behind the crack remained still, like it was holding its breath. My hand moved to the edge of the door. I pushed with the back of my knuckles, careful, slow. The door gave easily, swinging inward with a damp, unwilling creak. The smell hit me immediately. Not one smell. A layered, living stink. Old sweat soaked into fabric. Trash that had been left too long. The sour, unmistakable tang of dirty diapers. And over it all, a desperate mist of cheap vanilla spray, like someone had tried to cover a problem by sweetening the air. It didn't cover anything. It made it worse. I stepped inside, boots sticking slightly to the floor, and my flashlight beam cut through the entryway. The living room was to my right, and it looked like a storm had happened inside even before the storm outside. Fast food wrappers, dirty plates, crumpled grocery bags, piles of clothes in damp heaps, as if they'd been thrown and left wherever they landed. A couch that looked like it had been dragged off a curb, cushions slumped and stained. A TV on a crooked stand, the screen blank and reflecting my light back at me. The place wasn't vacant. It was occupied in the way an infection occupies a wound. But what stopped me wasn't the mess. It was the one clean thing. On the coffee table, set neatly on a coaster, as if someone cared about manners, sat a pink sippy cup with cartoon unicorns printed on the side. Bright. Childish. Out of place like a toy left on an operating table. I stared at it longer than I meant to. My brain tried to make it normal. Maybe a squatter. Maybe someone's kids. Maybe it was old, left behind, forgotten. But it wasn't dusty. There were droplets of water clinging to the lid like it had been washed or filled recently. A sound behind me, soft, a shift in the air, made my spine tighten. I swung my light to the left heart, punching hard, and for half a second, the beam caught a human outline sitting in the corner of the room. A hunched figure. Head bowed, shoulders rounded. My body reacted before my mind finished thinking. I drew and aimed without even fully registering the motion. "Don't move," I barked. The figure didn't move. Because it wasn't a person. It was a coat heavy and dark, hanging from a standing coat rack, the sleeves drooping like arms, the hood sagging like a head. I exhaled sharply, the kind of exhale that is half relief and half shame. My pulse didn't slow. It stayed high as if my body didn't trust the correction. I holstered and forced my hand to steady. My flashlight beam trembled slightly in the corner of the room, making the coat's shadow jitter like it was alive. "Get it together," I muttered under my breath, not for the house, but for me. I stepped deeper, moving past the living room into the hall. The carpet was damp in spots, either from leaks or spilled liquids. My boots made soft, wet sounds with each step. The hallway was narrow walls close on either side. The wallpaper had peeled in strips, revealing older paint beneath. Something about that layer's hidden things made me think of skin. The first door on the left was open. I swept the room with my light and froze. It was a child's room, or it was pretending to be. Toys were everywhere, not scattered like a kid had been playing and got bored, but arranged in deliberate little clusters. A plastic tea set laid out on a tiny table, Stuffed animals propped against the wall in a neat row like an audience waiting for a performance. A small pink blanket folded on a chair. The floor was stained, the corners were dusty, but the toys were positioned with care, and on the dresser sat a baby monitor. The kind with a small speaker and a green LED that indicates it's on. The green LED was glowing. My first thought was stupid how because the entire block was without power. I'd driven through dead intersections. I'd watched street lamps go dark like eyelids closing. The monitor wasn't plugged into the wall. I leaned closer and saw the battery compartment had been taped shut. The tape was fresh, not yellowed. Someone had maintained it. I kept my body angled toward the door, not wanting to stand with my back to the hallway, and I listened. At first, I heard only rain. Then, through the monitor's faint static, I heard something else. A breath. Not the distant hiss of an empty line. A breath that sounded close, wet, intimate. Like someone had pressed their mouth right up against the microphone and let air move slowly through their teeth. My throat tightened. I reached out, then hesitated. Touching things at scenes is a habit you have to kill. Evidence. Contamination. Common sense. But I was alone and the monitor was on and my skin was crawling with the sense of being observed. I didn't touch it. I bent closer just enough to see if the monitor's tiny screen was functional. It was dark, either dead or broken. The speaker crackled again. The breath came, and this time it was paired with something faint, almost like a tiny whimper that got swallowed, immediately cut off in the middle. I straightened up so quickly my vest creaked. I backed out of the room without turning my back to it, keeping my light on the monitor until the doorway swallowed it. In the hall, I keyed my radio. "Dispatch," Mara answered. "Go, I'm inside," I said. "This house is not vacant. There are indicators of child presence, toys, baby monitor." There was a pause and I could almost picture Mara's expression, eyes narrowed, pen hovering over her notepad. "Copy," she said. "Backup is still rolling. ETA 8 minutes. 8 minutes." I looked down the hallway, which seemed longer now, narrower. The darkness at the far end looked thicker, like the light from my flashlight had weight and couldn't push through it. I lowered my voice. "Mara, did the caller say anything else?" Not clearly, she replied, just the whisper, and then the line cut. I swallowed. My mouth felt dry despite the humidity. "If you get anything, any update, tell me immediately." "Copy." I clicked off and moved forward. The second door on the right led into a small bathroom. It was filthy, sink-stained towel on the floor mirror, streaked as if someone had scrubbed it with a dirty hand. But there were no obvious signs of a struggle. No blood. No broken glass. The next room was a bedroom with a mattress on the floor and a pile of blankets in the corner that looked like someone had been sleeping there. I swept it, checked the closet. Empty. But the smell was stronger here and it clung to the back of my throat. Human. Lived in. Used. I kept moving, forcing my feet to go, even when my instincts whispered that I should wait for backup, should hold the doorway, should not push deeper into an unknown space alone. Exigent circumstances. Possible hostage. A voice that sounded like someone had been trained to beg quietly. That's what I told myself. Halfway down the hall, my flashlight beam caught something on the floor, small, pale objects scattered near the baseboard, like somebody had spilled a jar. For a second, my brain tried to label them as teeth. It wasn't teeth. It was white plastic beads from a broken toy bracelet, wet and shining in the light, like little bones. Still, my stomach didn't relax. At the far end of the hall was another opening, an archway into the kitchen. The kitchen was just as bad as the living room. dirty dishes stacked in the sink, some of them crusted with food. A trash bag torn open, contents spilling onto the floor. Cockroaches skittering when my flashlight hit them, vanishing into cracks like thoughts you can't finish. But again, something didn't fit. On the counter near the edge was a clean cutting board. On it sat an apple sliced neatly into thin wedges. The slices were browning at the edges, which meant they hadn't been cut long ago. Beside them was a small paper plate, and on the plate, arranged like a snack for a toddler, were crackers shaped like animals. My chest tightened in a way that had nothing to do with running or fighting. Someone had prepared food here, recently, for someone small. I turned slowly, scanning for a back door, a stairwell, anything that would explain the layout. There was a door near the refrigerator that looked like a pantry. It was closed. Another door led out to the backyard, its window smeared with rain and grime. The blinds were drawn. I took a step toward the pantry door, and that was when the house made a sound. Not a creak from old wood, not the rain. A sound from deeper inside, somewhere beyond the kitchen, somewhere I couldn't see. A soft, deliberate click. I froze, every muscle locking. The click came again. Click, click. Slow. Even. Like someone pressing a plastic toy and letting it reset. My flashlight beam held steady on the pantry door, as if the light itself was afraid to move. I listened harder. The clicks continued, spaced out like a metronome. Not frantic, not accidental, measured, patient, a rhythm. And as I stood there in the wet, stinking kitchen of a house that wasn't supposed to have anyone in it, I realized something that made my skin go cold beneath my uniform. The clicking wasn't coming from one direction. It was coming from inside the house, yes, but it felt like it was coming from the house itself, as if the sound was traveling through walls and air and finding me no matter where I stood. Click, click. And somewhere between those clicks, so faint I couldn't be sure my mind wasn't inserting it, I heard something else. A breath. Close. Too close to be just air. Like a mouth near a microphone. Like someone leaning in, learning the sound of me. Chapter 1. The Call That Didn't Want to Be Heard. Part 1.3. The clicking kept time with my thoughts. I stood in the kitchen, flashlight fixed on the pantry door, and tried to tell myself it was something simple. A kid's toy left on a counter. A dog chew squeaking under pressure. A loose piece of plastic tapping in the wind. But it wasn't random. It had a cadence, slow, deliberate almost. Practiced. Click. A pause long enough for my lungs to fill. Click. A pause long enough for my lungs to empty. Like whoever was making it had decided to breathe with me. I shifted my weight, careful not to make noise, and the floor answered with a soft, wet tack under my boot. The house smelled stronger down here, the vanilla spray turning sour as it mixed with garbage and skin. My flashlight beam crawled over the refrigerator, the stacked dishes, the animal crackers on the plate. Then I saw the hallway beyond the kitchen. It ran deeper into the house, narrower than the front hall, and it looked like it led toward the back, toward whatever space the house had been hiding from the street. I stepped forward. The clicking didn't stop. It just moved with me as if the sound had no fixed source. On my right was another doorway, half open. The darkness inside it didn't look like shadow. It looked like absence. I swept my light in. At first I thought it was a person. A woman, maybe sitting still in a chair. My body snapped hot with adrenaline. My hand went to my weapon. I locked my shoulders, planted my feet, and raised the beam. The figure didn't move, because it wasn't a person. It was a mannequin. Life-sized. Too life-sized. It sat in an old wooden rocking chair, head slightly bowed as if it had fallen asleep. Someone had dressed it, an ankle-length floral dress, a cardigan buttoned wrong, slippers on its feet. The face was painted with a careful hand blush on the cheeks, lips a soft pink. The wig was brushed, not tangled. It looked cared for. Around it, the room was unlike the rest of the house. The filth didn't disappear, but it receded, pushed back, like someone had made space for a different reality. On the bedclothes were folded in neat stacks by color pastels in one pile, darker shades in another. A line of lingerie arranged like inventory lace, smoothed as if someone had run their fingers along it. On the dresser, perfume bottles stood upright, labels facing outward like a display. There was even a cheap plastic vase with fake flowers that had been dusted. The rest of the house had been chaos. This room was curated, obsessively. The kind of neatness that didn't feel clean. It felt controlled. Like the mess everywhere else was allowed to exist, as long as this room remained untouched. My flashlight swept the corners. Nothing moved, but my skin didn't relax. It tightened. Because the mannequin's glassy eyes caught the light and threw it back in a way that felt too much like attention. Too much like being watched. I backed out, without turning my back on it, the way you'd back away from a barking dog you didn't trust. The clicking continued, steady, patient. The hallway beyond the kitchen seemed longer now, as if the house had subtly rearranged itself while I stood still. At the end of that hallway was a door. Not a typical interior door. It was heavier, more solid, and the deadbolt on it was something you didn't expect to see indoors. A deadbolt on the inside of a house meant one of two things: someone was trying to keep people out, or someone was trying to keep something in. The doorknob was scratched to hell, deep gouges, as if something had clawed at it repeatedly. Not a pet's playful marks. These were desperate, angled, uneven. The kind you made when you didn't care about damage because you cared about escape. I stopped a few feet away, listening. The clicking, still there, felt closer now. But I couldn't place it. I called out, my voice firm the way I'd been trained. Police department. If you're inside, make yourself known. Silence. My flashlight beam held on the door, bright on the deadbolt, bright on the scratches, bright on the thin line of shadow underneath. I tried again. Police. If you called 911, speak now. Tell me where you are. For a long moment, there was nothing but rain rattling the house and my own pulse beating in my ears. Then from behind the door, a voice came through. Thin, trembling, small. Please, it whispered. Please don't. Don't make him mad. It hit me like cold water. Because it wasn't a child's voice. Not really. It was the sound of a throat trying to shape itself into something smaller than it was. A voice pushed up into a higher register by sheer fear, like someone had been trained, conditioned, to speak that way, as a survival reflex. I swallowed, throat suddenly dry. It's okay, I said, lowering my tone without meaning to, like you do when you talk to a kid. You're talking to the police. Are you hurt? A pause. A faint inhale. I'm fine, the voice whispered, and even through the door I could hear how forced the words were, how each syllable seemed to pinch. He's right there. Who is he? I asked. The voice didn't answer. Not with words. But I heard something else. A soft sound like plastic being squeezed. Click. The hair on my arms rose. I looked down the hallway behind me, looked back toward the kitchen, toward the living room, toward the front door I'd come through. Nothing. No footsteps. No movement. No shadow crossing the beam. The house sat still as if it had always been empty. I keyed my radio, keeping my eyes on the door. Dispatch Unit 12. Mara answered immediately, her voice tight. Go. "I've got a voice behind an interior deadbolted door," I said. "Adult, possibly disguised, possible hostage. I'm going to breach." A beat of silence. "Copy. Backup is 4 minutes out." 4 minutes. The voice behind the door whispered again, urgent now. "Please, please don't. Don't yell." "He doesn't like," the sentence broke off. Not because the person stopped talking, because the person stopped breathing for a second, like they'd heard something, like someone else was in the room with them. I moved to the side of the door the way they taught us. I didn't stand in front of it. I didn't put my face in line with the crack. I reached for the knob with my left hand, while my right stayed near my weapon. The knob was wrapped in tape duct tape, worn and frayed, as if someone had tried to stop it from rattling. My glove stuck slightly to it. I twisted. The latch clicked. The deadbolt was not engaged. That made my stomach turn even more. Why have a deadbolt if you don't use it, unless the deadbolt was for show? Unless the deadbolt was to make someone on the other side believe there was no way out. I pushed the door open slowly. It creaked inward, and a cold breath rose from the darkness beyond, spilling into the hallway like a thing alive. The space behind it was a stairwell descending into black. Basement. The air changed instantly the way it does when you open a freezer. It wasn't just cold. It was damp heavy with minerals and mildew and threaded with a metallic tang that made the back of my tongue taste like pennies. My flashlight beam cut down the stairs, illuminating the first few steps, wooden worn in the center, slick with moisture. On the wall to the right, hanging from a nail, was a child's jacket. Pink, small, a cartoon rabbit stitched on the chest. The sleeves were stiff, not from rain, from dried stains, brown-black, blotched and uneven like something had soaked in and then been left to set. My chest tightened. I forced myself not to stare too long because staring at evidence doesn't make it less real. I took one step down. The stair groaned under my weight. The sound traveled down into the basement and died, swallowed by the cold. 2 steps. 3. The beam reached farther, catching the landing at the bottom concrete floor, exposed beams, stacked boxes. Shadows piled in the corners like ash. Behind me, the hallway felt too far away. The house above felt like another world. "Stay with me," I called, trying to direct the words toward the voice behind the door. "Talk to me. Where are you?" The whisper came again, weaker now, closer to the floor. "Down. Down here." My heart thumped hard enough to make my vest shift. At the bottom, my boot slipped slightly. Not much, just enough to tell me the step was slick. I steadied myself and shined the light down at the tread. The wet sheen wasn't clear like rainwater. It was darker, thicker. My flashlight made it gleam, and the smell iron and damp intensified. Blood doesn't always look like it does in movies. It isn't always bright. It can be brown and thin and diluted and still be blood. It can smell like metal and old coins and something intimate you weren't meant to smell. I felt my stomach twist and forced it down. Another step. I reached the last stair. The basement opened up around my light like a mouth. Exposed beams. Concrete floor. Plastic sheeting draped over old furniture like shrouds. Boxes stacked too neatly along one wall, as if someone had made aisles. In the center of the room, barely visible at the edge of my beam, was something metallic. A folding chair. And beneath it, a dark pool that reflected my flashlight in a thin, oily shine. I didn't let myself focus on the pool yet. I forced my eyes to scan for movement. For the suspect. For the person who had spoken. For the source of the clicking. The clicking was gone. Completely gone. The absence of it was louder than the sound had been. It was as if whoever had been squeezing that plastic toy had decided they were done, as if they had heard me reach the bottom. My flashlight swept the corners, slow and deliberate. Nothing moved. But I felt it, the pressure in the air, the sense of being watched from a place my light couldn't find. The basement wasn't empty. It was occupied by intention. The kind of intention that makes your skin itch even when your eyes see nothing. I took one cautious step forward, boots leaving damp prints on concrete. Behind me, somewhere above the rain, hammered the roof. The whole house trembled with wind. And then from somewhere in the darkness beyond my beam, the voice whispered again, so small, it barely seemed human. "Thank you," it said. Not relieved, not safe, just automatic. Like it was saying the word because it was the correct response in whatever rules governed this place. And in that moment, standing at the bottom of those stairs, with the smell of iron in my mouth and the cold air wrapping around my lungs, the first real twist settled into my bones. This wasn't someone pretending to sound like a child to trick the police. This was someone who had been forced to become smaller, forced to speak smaller, until that was the only voice they had left, and whatever had taught them that rule had just gone quiet. Chapter 2. The Doll Room, Part 2.1. The basement air had weight. It wasn't just cold. It was pressed damp and dense, like you were inhaling a place that had never learned how to breathe. The first breath I took down there tasted metallic, the way your mouth tastes after you bite your tongue. The second breath tasted worse because my brain had already decided what that metal meant. My flashlight beam moved slowly, not because I wanted to be dramatic, but because rushing your light in an unfamiliar space is how you miss the one thing that matters. Unfinished basement, exposed beams, concrete floor. The same architecture you find under 100 American homes, except this one felt like it had been stripped down to its skeleton on purpose, like someone wanted fewer places for sound to hide. The ceiling joists were bare. Old insulation sagged between them in gray strips. A single pull-chain bulb hung dead in the center of the room, swaying slightly from the draft, even though no one had touched it. Boxes were stacked along one wall in careful columns, each one labeled with black marker. I couldn't read the words at first. My light skimmed past them too quickly, but the stacks were too neat to be clutter. They looked like inventory, like storage, like someone had practiced making this space orderly because order makes it easier to control what happens inside it. Plastic sheeting draped over bulky shapes, an old couch, a chair, maybe a dresser like shrouds. The plastic clung to corners and arms glossy under my beam, making everything underneath look less like furniture and more like bodies that had been wrapped for transport. The basement didn't smell like mold, not primarily. It smelled lived in. Lived in the way the rest of the house did, but concentrated. Sweat, old food, the sharp chemical bite of cleaning supplies used too late and too little. And underneath it, that iron tang again, stronger now, almost sweet if you didn't know better. I took another step off the last stair. The chair was directly ahead. A metal folding chair, the cheap kind you see at church potlucks and town meetings, sitting dead center as if it had been placed there for a reason. It looked absurdly normal compared to everything else. That's what made it so wrong. Zip ties were attached to the armrests. Not one or two, several. Some were cut clean, the ends sharp and curled. Others were still intact, the loops open like mouths. My mind tried to stay professional. Evidence, document, scene. My body didn't care what my mind wanted. My body recognized that chair the way prey recognizes teeth. The pool beneath it caught my light, and for a second my brain refused to name it. It was too big, too dark, too reflective. My flashlight made it gleam like oil on wet pavement. and I realized with a jolt that it wasn't just a stain. It had depth. It had a surface. It had that thin, glassy shine that liquid has when it's spread across concrete. Blood. Not sprayed, not splattered in some theatrical way. Just gathered. The way it gathers when someone stays in one place for too long. I took a half step closer before I could stop myself, and the beam caught my reflection. My face hovered in the blood's surface, warped by the uneven floor and the ripples caused by the slight tremor in my hand. The image wasn't crisp. It was a distortion, my eyes too large, my jaw stretched, my features pulled into something unfamiliar. I looked like a stranger being recorded by a dark mirror. And that was the thought that slid into my mind without permission. This house is taking a picture of me. Not with a camera, with memory, with evidence. Like the space itself was saving my presence the same way it had saved everyone else's. I forced my gaze away from the pool. You don't stare at blood. You scan for threats. My light swept left. A stack of boxes, plastic-covered furniture. A narrow gap between the piles where someone could hide crouched and still. My beam moved right, catching the far corner. Something shifted there. Not big, not obvious. A quick, controlled movement like someone repositioning their feet silently. My heart surged. The training snapped in like a reflex. Police! I shouted, voice louder than I meant in the tight space. Show me your hands, hands up. The words echoed off concrete and wood, coming back slightly delayed, slightly wrong, as if the basement couldn't decide whether to reflect sound accurately. For a fraction of a second, everything held. Then the corner went still again. Not the stillness of emptiness, the stillness of something choosing not to move. I kept my weapon low but ready, not wanting to fire into darkness, not wanting to put a bullet through a wall into a neighbor's house. My flashlight stayed trained on the gap where I'd seen movement. Hands, I repeated, firmer. Now nothing answered. No voice, no shuffle, no surrender. The silence felt designed. I took a step sideways, widening my angle, letting my light peel behind the stack of boxes. The corner was empty, but my stomach didn't relax because the movement had been real. I'd seen it. My body had reacted to it too fast for imagination to be responsible. I swept the floor in that direction and saw scuff marks on the concrete, thin, fresh lines, like someone had slid something heavy recently, or dragged their heels. In that same area, under the edge of a plastic tarp, the concrete was darker, damp, in an irregular shape, like something had been spilled and wiped poorly. Blood and water make the same shine in a flashlight beam if you don't want to look closely. I made myself look closely anyway. The shine was wrong. Too thick. Too dark. I shifted my beam away again. To the left of the chair there was a workbench. It was the only surface in the basement that looked truly intentional, like someone had built their world around it. The bench was old plywood on a frame of 2x4s, but the items on top were arranged with a kind of grim practicality. A roll of duct tape, half used, the end stuck to itself in a ragged flap. A hacksaw with a worn handle. A kitchen timer, one of those cheap plastic ones with a dial, the kind you twist, and it ticks down with a tiny mechanical heartbeat. There were other things too. Scissors, a marker, a box cutter, a handful of zip ties still in their packaging, the plastic crinkled and damp. It wasn't the presence of tools that made my throat close. It was the way they were set out, like a routine. Like someone had done this work enough times to know exactly where each piece belonged. My flashlight found something small near the edge of the bench. A toy. A plastic bunny the size of my fist, the kind you squeeze and it makes a clicking sound. One of those cheap sensory toys you'd see in a baby aisle, meant to soothe, meant to entertain. Except this bunny was broken. Its head was cracked down one side, and the seam was held together with a strip of tape like a field dressing. One ear was bent backward, warped from heat or pressure. The paint on its eyes had flaked away so it looked blind, and the clicking mechanism, whatever was inside, was visible through a split in the plastic, a little metal spring like a tooth. My stomach rolled. Mara had said she heard plastic clicking. Daniel had whispered through the door, terrified, not wanting him to get mad. A child's jacket hung on the stairwell wall, stiff with old stains. This toy bunny sat on a workbench like a tool. I didn't touch it. My hand hovered near it for half a second, and then pulled away as if the thing were hot. The basement felt colder the closer I got to that bench, and I realized it wasn't just the air. It was the sensation of stepping deeper into someone else's rules, someone else's rhythm. The ticking timer sat there quietly, but in my head I could hear it tick, 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 a countdown to something I couldn't define. I swept the beam along the back wall. That's when I saw the door. It wasn't like the rest of the basement. The basement walls were unfinished concrete, stained, patched, but this door looked newer, like it had been installed recently. Solid wood, pale under the beam, with a frame that didn't match the surrounding wall. And the most important detail was on the outside, a latch. Not a deadbolt. Not a normal interior lock. A metal latch like you'd put on a shed. Like you'd put on a cage. Cold air leaked from the crack beneath it, and the air coming out had that same iron tang, but sharper now, concentrated, like whatever was behind the door had been breathing into the basement for a long time. I held my light on the latch and felt the muscles in my back tighten, because something about the door wasn't just wrong. It was new, and new things in old spaces means someone has been building, planning, updating. As my beam stayed fixed, I realized the wood had marks near the lower half. Scratches shallow at first, then deeper layered over each other. Not the claw marks you'd expect from an animal, because they weren't scattered. They were in a rough horizontal band, like fingers had raked the wood again and again at the same height. Someone had tried to get out, over and over, quietly enough that no one upstairs would hear. My mouth went dry. The smell of wet concrete and old blood made me feel like I was swallowing pennies. Behind me, the folding chair sat in the center of the room, like an accusation. The blood pool held my reflection in its black surface like a photograph that didn't fade. I turned my head slightly, keeping my eyes mostly on the door, and listened. No clicking now, no whispers. Just the rain above, muffled, distant, like the storm belonged to another world. Then, from the far corner again, something moved. Fast. A soft, scraped rubber sole on concrete. Not a stumble. Not a panicked run. A controlled repositioning, like someone trying to get behind me without making noise. My pulse spiked. My light snapped toward the movement. "Hands," I shouted again, voice cracking slightly. "Show me your hands now." The corner was empty. Empty the way an open field is empty when you know something is in it. My beam swept over the stacked boxes and plastic-covered furniture. The plastic shivered gently even though no wind touched it, as if something had brushed past it. I took a breath and forced my voice low, aimed more at myself than the basement. "Okay," I whispered. "Okay." I wasn't praying. I didn't even believe in prayer the way my mother wanted me to. But I was bargaining with the night, with the storm, with the idea that if I stayed calm, the world would stay logical. I keyed my radio with my shoulder, not taking my eyes off the door and the shadows around it. "Dispatch," I said. "Unit 12. Mara's voice came back immediately, smaller through the static. "Go, I'm in the basement," I said. "I've got signs of restraint." "Blood. Possible hostage door. I need backup now." A pause, just half a beat. Then Mara copy. Units are 2 minutes out. Stay safe. 2 minutes. 2 minutes in a basement with a chair and zip ties and a door with a latch. 2 minutes in a place that smelled like people and metal and rules. I swallowed hard and stepped toward the latched door. The cold coming from beneath it crawled up my shins. My flashlight beam held steady on the latch, like it was a trigger. The workbench sat at my side with its duct tape and hacksaw and timer, and that broken bunny with its taped head stared blindly toward the ceiling. For a moment, I had the insane thought that the bunny was listening, that the basement was listening, that everything down here was calibrated to sound the difference between speaking normal and speaking small. I stopped with my hand inches from the latch, and that was when I noticed the tiniest detail of all on the concrete in front of the door between my boot prints were a few faint smears, drag marks shaped like fingertips. Not fresh, not wet, but worn into the dust the way footprints get worn into a carpet over time. Someone had crawled up to this door, again and again, quietly enough to survive. I drew a slow breath and set my fingers on the metal latch. It was cold enough to sting through my glove. Somewhere behind me, somewhere I couldn't see, something in the basement shifted its weight as if it knew exactly what I was about to do. Chapter 2. The Doll Room Part 2.2. I kept my body angled away from the door, the way they drilled into us at the academy. Never square yourself up to an unknown entry. Never give whatever's on the other side your full silhouette. My left shoulder faced the latch. My right stayed back ready. Flashlight in my support hand weapon still down, but close. The metal latch was so cold, it burned through my glove. I didn't lift it yet. I listened first. The basement held its breath around me. The storm above felt far away now, muffled by wood and insulation and the weight of the house. The only sound was the faint drip of water somewhere steady, patient, and my own pulse loud enough to be embarrassing. I leaned in slightly, just enough to see if there was any movement beneath the door. The crack was thin. The air that bled through it was colder than the rest of the basement, and it carried that metallic tang in a concentrated stream. Behind the door, someone had been breathing, or bleeding, or both. I tightened my grip on the latch. And then click. The sound came from behind me, not from the workbench, not from the door, not from the corner where I'd seen movement. It came from the stairs, right near the bottom step, close enough that it felt like it had been made inside my own shoulder. Every nerve in my body snapped awake. I spun so fast, the flashlight beam smeared across the basement, turning plastic sheeting into streaks of white and shadows into moving shapes. The click came again. Click. A soft, deliberate squeeze and release. My light locked on the base of the stairs. For a split second, my beam caught the toy bunny. It was sitting on the bottom step, like it had always belonged there. The cracked head, the taped seam, the bent ear. I hadn't moved it. I hadn't touched it. It had been on the workbench a moment ago. I'd seen it there as clearly as I'd seen the zip ties on the chair. But now it was at the stairs, perched like a message, like a warning. And behind it, half hidden by the darkness that pooled under the staircase, stood a man. He wasn't crouched. He wasn't running. He wasn't doing anything a normal person does when they're surprised by a cop in their basement at 2 a.m. He was standing perfectly still, like a statue someone forgot to carve the details into, overweight, his belly pushing against a damp t-shirt, balding the hair that remained plastered to his scalp by rain. Thick-brimmed glasses that caught the flashlight and threw it back at me in 2 pale circles. He held the toy bunny in one hand. His fingers looked damp and swollen knuckles pale. His face was slack. Not calm exactly, Not angry, just oddly neutral, like emotion was something he'd learned to keep behind glass. My weapon came up on instinct. The front sight settled on his chest. "Don't move," I said, voice low and controlled, though my heart was hammering like it wanted to break out of my ribs. "Police. Show me your hands." He lifted his other hand slowly, palm open, empty. He did not drop the bunny. The bunny clicked again, softly. Click. The sound did something to the air. It felt like a finger tapping the inside of my skull. Behind me, from the latched door, the thin voice whispered, urgent, frantic, and suddenly very close to sobbing. "Don't shoot. The sentence cut off like someone had slapped a hand over a mouth. Not a gentle hush, a hard interruption. The silence that followed was worse than screaming. My eyes flicked to the door for half a second, then back to the man. I kept my muzzle steady. "Step out," I ordered. "Come toward my voice." Slowly. He didn't obey. He didn't refuse either. He simply took one slow step to the side, aligning himself between me and the latched door like a human barricade. A deliberate, careful movement. Like he knew exactly what mattered down here. "Sir," I said, sharper now. "Do not move again. Get on the ground. Now." His eyes stayed on me through those thick lenses, and in them I saw something that wasn't confusion and wasn't anger. Recognition. Like he was looking at me the way you look at someone you've been expecting. Like he'd already practiced this moment in his head 100 times, and now he was comparing reality to the rehearsal. He squeezed the toy again. Click. I felt my own breathing stutter. It wasn't a loud sound. It wasn't threatening in a normal way, but it was rhythmic. And as I watched his hand, I realized the clicks weren't random. He was timing them, not to the seconds, to me. Click on my inhale, click on my exhale. The realization crawled cold through my chest. He had learned my breathing. He was controlling the pace of the room by matching it. Like a metronome you didn't know you were following until it was too late. My throat tightened. "Put the toy down," I said. "Now." He tilted his head slightly, just a few degrees. A small, curious gesture. He looked almost disappointed. Then he took another slow step, still angling to block my line to the door. I adjusted, trying to keep the door in sight without giving him an opening. My flashlight beam shook slightly despite my grip. The basement felt narrower, the stacks of boxes taller, the plastic sheeting closer, like the space was compressing. The voice behind the door made a sound again, barely a sound, more like breath scraping through teeth. And then so faint I almost thought I imagined it. I heard the soft thud of something hitting wood, a hand, a body, someone collapsing against the door from the inside. My stomach turned hard. "Sir," I said, forcing my voice steady. "There is someone behind that door. I can hear them. Move away from it. Now." For the first time, his expression changed. Not fear, not anger. Something like mild irritation, as if I was misunderstanding a simple instruction. He opened his mouth. I expected him to argue, to plead, to shout. Instead, he spoke quietly, and his voice was soft enough that it didn't bounce in the basement. It sank into the concrete. "You're making it worse," he said. The sentence landed wrong. "Not I'm in trouble, not you're trespassing, not even you can't be here. You're making it worse." Like he was concerned for something other than himself. Like the important thing was not his freedom, but the order of what happened next. He squeezed the bunny again. Click. My trigger finger tightened involuntarily, and I forced it to relax. I could feel my pulse in that finger. I wanted to yell, to break the rhythm, to shatter whatever control he thought he had. But somewhere deep in me, a colder instinct warned noise would be an advantage for him, not me. Noise would make this basement belong to panic, and panic was where people died. "Backup is coming," I said, though I didn't know if he cared. "Get on the ground," hands visible. He stared at me with those watery eyes behind thick lenses. Then his gaze flicked upward toward the ceiling, toward the floorboards, toward the world above. A sound had reached him. Not from me, from upstairs. A distant thump, a muffled door, the faint echo of boots on a porch. Maybe just the storm, maybe the arriving unit. Whatever it was, the man's face shifted again, and this time it was unmistakable. Fear, real fear. Sharp and sudden, like a mask slipping. His breathing quickened. The bunny clicked out of sync. Click, click. For the first time, his control wavered, and I realized he hadn't been afraid of me. He'd been afraid of time running out. He took a step backward. I moved with him, keeping distance, keeping him in my sights. "Stay where you are," I commanded. The voice behind the door whispered again, faster now, barely intelligible. He's going to." The words broke into a wet cough. Then silence. The man's eyes darted toward the darkness beyond the stacks of boxes, toward a path between plastic-covered furniture and a back corner I couldn't see well. He was calculating. Then so fast it felt impossible given his size, he turned and moved. Not toward me. Away. He bolted into the shadows, shoulder knocking into plastic sheeting. It fluttered and snapped like a sail in wind, revealing the outline of an old couch underneath for a split second, then covering it again like a shroud pulled back over a body. "Stop," I shouted, and the word echoed off concrete. He didn't stop. He disappeared between the stacks like he'd rehearsed the route, like he knew where every box and tarp was positioned, like the basement was a maze built for him and against me. I took 2 steps after him, weapons still up, then stopped hard. Because chasing him meant turning my back on the latched door. It meant leaving the person behind it alone. It meant abandoning the reason I was here. My mind ran the decision like a report suspect fleeing officer safety, hostage safety, unknown additional threats. My body chose before my mind finished. I didn't chase him. I pivoted back to the door. The latch waited under my flashlight beam like a trigger I couldn't unpull. Behind me, somewhere in the basement's darkness, I heard the man's movement, fast, wet footfalls, a scrape, then nothing. The silence that followed was thick and deliberate, like the basement itself had closed its mouth. From upstairs, I heard it again, another sound through the floorboards. Closer this time. A voice muffled but human. Police backup. Relief should have hit me like air after drowning. Instead, it hit me like dread. Because if backup was arriving, the man knew it too. And if he knew it, he would have planned for it. I grabbed the latch. The metal was slick in my glove, either from condensation or my own sweat. I flipped it up. The sound was small, just a soft clink, but in the silence it felt like I'd rung a bell. The door shifted inward a fraction, as if pressure had been holding it shut from the other side. A thin breath leaked out, cold and metallic. I didn't fling the door open. I pulled it just enough to create a gap and angled my flashlight in. A cramped space beyond walls of concrete floor, lower than the basement, like a shallow pit. No windows, no visible light. And then I heard it. A sound from inside that made my stomach lurch, a tiny, strangled gasp. The kind of sound you make when you've been trying not to breathe too loudly for so long, your lungs forget how. "Police," I said, voice suddenly gentler without my permission. "I'm here. I'm opening the door. You're okay." From behind me, the basement remained silent. No clicking now, no footsteps, just the faint flutter of plastic sheeting settling back into place. Upstairs, voices became clearer, boots pounding down steps. But in that locked room, a voice answered, and it was smaller than any adult voice should be. "Okay," it whispered. "Not thank you. Not help. Just okay." A word spoken like compliance, like permission had been granted. My flashlight beam trembled as it illuminated the edge of a mattress on the floor, a bucket in the corner, and a shape huddled low. I couldn't see the face yet, but I could see the wrists. Raw marked the skin worn thin in pale rings. I drew in a breath to steady myself, and somewhere behind me in the darkness where the man had vanished, there was one last sound. Not a click, not a footstep. A soft, almost affectionate exhale, as if someone had leaned close to listen. Then nothing. The kind of nothing that didn't mean empty. The kind of nothing that meant gone with purpose. Chapter 2. The Doll Room, Part 2.3. The latch lifted with a small metallic click, and the sound felt too loud in that basement, too final, like I'd just announced something to the darkness. I pulled the door open. Not wide, not at first. Just enough to make a narrow gap and send my flashlight beam inside. The air that rolled out was colder than anything I'd felt in the basement, and it carried that same metallic tang iron and damp so concentrated it made my tongue go bitter. The smell wasn't just unpleasant. It was intimate, the smell of a space that had held a human body for too long without letting it leave. The room beyond was barely a room. It was a concrete closet carved into the foundation. No windows, no vents. The walls were raw cinder blocks stained with old moisture. The floor was rough cement, darker in patches where water had pooled and dried again. A thin, filthy mattress lay directly on the ground, its fabric torn at the corners, the stuffing visible like pale insulation. In one corner sat a plastic bucket. There was no need to ask what it had been used for. My light moved slowly, unwilling to touch everything at once. The beam caught the edge of the mattress, the bucket, the bare walls, then found the shape on the floor. Someone was crouched low, folded into themselves in the far corner, like they were trying to become small enough to disappear between the blocks. Knees drawn up, arms wrapped around them. Head bowed so I couldn't see the face. For 1 second I couldn't tell if they were alive, and that second stretched. Then the figure moved just a slight shift of weight, and I saw the wrists. The skin around them was raw, abraded in pale rings where restraints had rubbed too long. Not a clean injury, not a dramatic one. The kind of damage you get from friction and time, from fighting something that doesn't care if it hurts you. I felt something tight pull through my chest that had nothing to do with fear. "Hey," I said, and my voice came out softer than I meant it to, like you speak to an animal you don't want to spook. "It's the police. You're safe. I'm here." The figure flinched at the word police. Not relief, fear. Fear as if authority was just another rule, another punishment. Their head lifted slightly, and my flashlight caught part of their face. A man. Mid-40s, maybe. But the basement had chewed the age into him, made him look older in the wrong ways. His beard grew in uneven patches like he'd torn at it when he was anxious. His cheeks were hollow. His lips were cracked. His eyes looked too large in his skull, reflecting the light like an animal's. He stared at me as if he couldn't process that I was real. Then he spoke. Not a cry, not a plea. Just one word, small and bright and wrong, coming from that throat. Hi. It was a child's voice. Not a joke, not a performance, not a grown man putting on a tone to manipulate me. It was thin and high and carefully controlled, like it had been forced into that register so many times it had calcified there. The syllable came out gentle, almost polite. The sound of it made my stomach twist. I kept my weapon down but visible, careful with my hands. "Hi," I echoed, because sometimes mirroring is the only way you keep someone anchored. Can you come toward me slowly? He didn't move. His eyes flicked past my shoulder toward the open doorway toward the basement beyond. His attention wasn't on me. It was on something behind me. Look at me, I said quietly. Stay with me. His gaze returned to my face, but his pupils remained wide and fixed like he was watching for a cue. What's your name? I asked. For a moment, his mouth opened and closed without sound, as if the question didn't belong to his current set of rules. His lips trembled. His throat worked. He swallowed hard. Then he tried again. D, he whispered, voice cracking. D, da. I leaned closer, not entering fully, keeping my body angled so I wasn't blocking the doorway if he decided to bolt. That's okay. Take your time. His eyes squeezed shut for a brief second, as if he was bracing for pain. Daniel, he managed, and the name came out in pieces. Daniel. The way he said it broke something in me, not in a dramatic movie way, but in a quiet, practical way. It made the scene impossible to distance myself from. A name does that. A name turns victim into person. Daniel, I repeated. Okay, Daniel, you're not in trouble. You're safe. I need you to stay right there for one more minute, all right? My partners are coming. At the word partners, he flinched hard. Not because he didn't understand, because he did. Because he knew what men's voices meant down here. Behind me, the basement finally woke up. Boots on stairs, voices above. The sound of someone shouting police like it was a charm that could drive the dark away. A flashlight beam swung past the open basement door and painted the ceiling joists in harsh white. Then 2 officers came down the stairs fast, my backup faces, tight weapons, up eyes scanning. Jesus, one of them breathed when he saw the chair and the blood pool, and I heard the word escape before he could swallow it. I keyed my radio and shouted, I've got a victim male alive. Suspect fled into the basement, unknown direction. One of the officers moved past me, scanning corners, while the other stopped behind me, anchoring my rear like he was supposed to. Then EMT voices filtered down, muffled, urgent, and the sound of equipment being dragged across wet steps. The basement filled with light and movement, and the shift in atmosphere should have felt like safety. Daniel shrank. He pressed his back harder into the corner of the concrete room, arms tightening around his knees, shoulders hunched like he expected the sudden attention to become violence. A male officer stepped closer, trying to keep his voice calm. Hey, bud. You're okay. We're here to help. Daniel's eyes snapped to him, and his whole body jolted like the sound was a slap. He made a noise that didn't fit an adult body, half gasp, half squeak, and curled tighter chin almost to his chest. I held up a hand to the other officer. Easy, I said. Soft voices. Let me. The EMTs reached the bottom of the stairs, 2 of them, a man and a woman, both soaked from the rain, both moving fast. The female EMT saw Daniel and instinctively lowered her posture, making herself smaller. Hey, sweetheart, she said gently, and the words weren't professional, but they were human. You're safe. Can you look at me? Daniel's eyes moved to her like she was a life raft. He didn't relax, but he tracked her. The male EMT shifted his weight, and Daniel flinched again at the sound of him breathing. I looked back at the room's walls, and my flashlight beam caught something I hadn't fully registered yet. Scratches. Not random marks. Not damage from tools. Words carved into the concrete with something sharp. The letters were uneven, shallow in places, deeper in others, like the person carving them had been shaking, had been interrupted, had had to work in the dark. The sentence was simple, and it explained everything. Speak small or he hurts you. For a second, I couldn't hear the rain, couldn't hear the radio, couldn't hear the EMTs talking. I just stared at the words, and my mind tried to imagine the moment they were carved. A man kneeling on that dirty concrete, whispering to himself, scratching letters into stone, because stone is the only thing down here that doesn't forget. Daniel followed my gaze, and when he saw me looking at the words, his throat worked like he was swallowing something sour. He told me, Daniel whispered. The female EMT leaned closer, voice steady. Told you what, honey? Daniel's eyes flicked to the male EMT, to the officer behind me, to any deep voice in the room. He flinched again, smaller, as if his body was trying to obey the rule even now. I crouched slightly, lowering my height. Daniel, I said, keeping my voice low. You can talk to her. You can talk to me. You're safe. Daniel stared at me for a long moment, then leaned forward a few inches, just enough to whisper, as if he was afraid the walls had ears. He says if I ever get out. Daniel's voice trembled. You won't believe me. The sentence landed like a stone in my gut. Why I asked, though part of me already knew. Daniel swallowed hard. His eyes shone with moisture, but he didn't cry. He looked too trained for crying. Because I sound like this, he whispered. And then, as if his own voice betrayed him, he pressed his lips together like he was trying to hold it in. The female EMT reached into her bag and pulled out a foil emergency blanket. It crackled softly, a sharp, metallic sound, and Daniel jerked at it, eyes wide. Easy, she murmured, and she unfolded it slowly, letting him see every movement. We're going to keep you warm. She draped it around his shoulders. Daniel's hands trembled beneath it, and the foil made him look even smaller, like a child wrapped in something too large. The male officer behind me cleared his throat quietly, and Daniel's body reacted instantly, shoulders rising, chin dropping, the blanket tightening around him as he curled into it. It wasn't just fear, it was conditioning. The room above the rule had made him into a reflex. The EMT took Daniel's wrist, gently examining the raw skin. We're going to get you out of here, she said. We're going to take you to the hospital. Do you understand? Daniel nodded too quickly, like he wanted to prove compliance. Okay, he whispered again, that same automatic word. A detective voice came through the radio upstairs, asking for a perimeter, asking about a suspect description, snapping into place. But Daniel still snapping into place. But Daniel still didn't look like a man being rescued. He looked like a man waiting to be corrected. As the EMTs helped him rise, Daniel wobbled, knees unsteady. He took a small step, then another, as if walking at full height was a forgotten skill. He didn't want to pass the threshold, not because he couldn't, because leaving the room felt like breaking a rule, and breaking rules had consequences in his world. I stayed close, creating a buffer between him and the male voices. The female EMT kept her hand on his arm, guiding him gently. We started toward the basement stairs. Daniel's gaze drifted over my shoulder again, toward the darker parts of the basement, the stacks of boxes, the plastic-covered furniture, the corner where I'd seen movement. He stopped. Just stopped walking. His body went rigid under the foil blanket like he'd been yanked by an invisible leash. What is it? I asked softly. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he leaned in toward me, close enough that I smelled the stale air on his breath, the sourness of too little food and too much fear. His lips barely moved. He knows where you park, Daniel whispered. The words were quiet enough that the others didn't react, but they hit me harder than any shout could have. I felt my blood go cold in a way the basement air hadn't managed. Daniel, I said, keeping my expression steady because panic is contagious. What do you mean? Daniel's eyes didn't stay on me. They stayed on the darkness past me like he expected something to step out any second. He shook his head once, small and frightened like a child refusing to explain a nightmare because saying it makes it real. Just don't, he whispered. Don't go to your car alone. Then he flinched as the male EMT spoke behind us, something normal, logistical about getting the stretcher down. Daniel's shoulders caved again. The rule reclaimed him in an instant. He began climbing the stairs in small steps, guided by the female EMT foil blanket crackling softly with each movement. As he passed me, he looked up for the first time and met my eyes directly. There was gratitude there, yes, but underneath it was something colder. A certainty. The kind of certainty that comes from living under a person who always follows through. I watched him disappear up the stairs into the brighter world above. Then I turned back to the basement. The chair sat in the center of the room like it always had. The blood pool still reflected my flashlight like a dark lens, and the latched door hung open behind me, breathing cold air into the space like it had been waiting for this moment all along. Somewhere upstairs, someone shouted my name. Someone asked for my description again. Someone asked if I'd seen where the suspect went. I opened my mouth to answer, but before I did, I listened just for a second because my body was still stuck in the rhythm of that earlier clicking. There was no click now, no plastic sound, only silence. The kind of silence that didn't feel like the suspect was gone. The kind of silence that felt like he was simply out of sight, resetting the rules, already planning where the next metronome would start. Chapter 3. After Action, Part 3.1. By the time the first hint of morning reached that street, it didn't feel like relief. It felt like an insult. The storm tapered off the way storms always do without apology. The rain softened from a hard, punishing sheet to a thinner drizzle that made everything shine instead of drown. Wind still moved the trees, but it lost its teeth. The sky lightened from pitch to charcoal, and then to that pale, dirty gray that comes before sunrise when a town looks like it's been washed and left to drip. And the neighborhood woke up like nothing had happened. That was the part that always stuck with me afterward. Not the chair, not the blood, not even Daniel's voice. It was the way the world reassembled itself around the horror like it had never been disturbed. Porch doors opened cautiously. Faces appeared behind blinds, just slivers at first. Neighbors stood on their steps in sweatpants and hoodies, arms folded tight against the cold, staring at the cruisers like we were a spectacle instead of a warning. Someone held a coffee mug with both hands like it was a shield. A couple of kids, too young to understand, too curious to stay inside, peeked around their mother's hip until she hissed at them and dragged them back. People don't like to believe something awful can happen near their mailbox. They prefer to believe it happens somewhere else on a different kind of street, to a different kind of person. The perimeter went up fast once backup arrived. Yellow tape shimmered wetly under flashlights. Patrol units sat with their light bars off, now the emergency red and blue replaced by a dim, practical glow. A K-9 unit was requested, but with the flooding and multiple calls still stacked on dispatch, it took time. Detectives arrived in unmarked SUVs that looked too clean for the mud and rain. Crime scene techs came next, pulling on booties over their shoes, gloving up, moving like they'd done this 1,000 times, which they had. The basement became a photograph in the making. They lit it with portable work lights that turned the concrete harsh and white. The folding chair looked even cheaper under that light, almost pathetic, and the blood pool looked darker, thicker, less like a movie, and more like an undeniable fact. The zip ties were tagged and bagged. The duct tape on the workbench was treated like it could speak. The broken bunny toy sat in an evidence bag, its cracked head distorted by plastic, like it was already trying to disappear. I stood at the top of the basement stairs while they worked. My uniform was still damp. My hands smelled faintly of metal and old air, no matter how many times I wiped them on my pants. Every few minutes, I caught myself listening for the clicking that wasn't there anymore, like my brain had learned the rhythm and was waiting for it to resume. "Hey," one of the detectives said, stepping beside me. He was older, graying at the temples, the kind of guy who'd seen enough that his face stayed neutral on purpose. "Walk me through it again." So I did. I told him about the call, about the open door, about the baby monitor, about the latched room, about Daniel's voice, high and trembling, like a grown man had been folded into a child's shape. I didn't say the part about my reflection in the blood, not because it wasn't true, because it sounded insane. "Suspect description," the detective asked. "Male," I said. "White, early 30s to maybe 40s, overweight, balding, thick glasses. He had a toy, a plastic bunny." The detective's eyebrow twitched the smallest amount. "A toy." "Yes." He didn't comment. He just wrote it down like it belonged on the same line as weapon and vehicle. I watched the crime scene techs move down the stairs with swabs and small evidence boxes. They collected samples from the chair, from the pool, from the scratches on the door. They dusted for prints in places that seemed impossible to dust. They photographed the carved words on the concrete, "Speak small or he hurts you." And I had to look away when the flash went off. The flash made it feel like the room was being opened again. Somewhere down there, one of the techs said, "We've got blood on the glass," where another voice asked. "Basement window. Small one near the ceiling, broken outward. There's smear." They found the exit Daniel hadn't used, a narrow window set high in the wall leading to a cramped side yard between houses. Whoever went out that way had done it fast and ugly, cutting themselves on the glass. Blood was on the frame, on the concrete below, on wet grass outside like dark paint. They swabbed it for DNA. It made the whole thing feel clean in the worst way, like the case could be reduced to samples and lab results, like everything I'd felt down there was just a file number waiting to be assigned. Daniel was already gone by then, taken by ambulance to the nearest hospital. I'd watched them load him in under the street's dead lamps while the rain still came down hard. He'd looked small in the foil blanket, smaller than any grown man should look, and every time a male voice got too loud, his shoulders had risen like he was bracing for impact. When the ambulance doors closed, the sound was final. It didn't feel like a rescue. It felt like something being moved from one container to another. Afterward, we did the only thing cops do when the adrenaline drains. We started building the narrative that could fit in a report. I sat in my cruiser once the scene was stabilized and opened my laptop on the mount. The screen's blue-white glow made my hands look pale and wrong. I stared at the blank report template for a long time, the cursor blinking patiently like it didn't care what kind of night I'd had. Date, time, location. I typed those. Weather: heavy rain, severe thunderstorm, power outage. Call type 911, hang-up / possible kidnapping. Then the words got harder. How do you write down a smell? How do you document the feeling of cold air rolling out of a door like breath? How do you fit a child's voice in a 40-year-old throat into a sentence that can be read in court without making everyone in the room look away? I wrote what I could. Dry procedural language that felt like betrayal. Upon entry, observed interior in disarray, consistent with prolonged unsanitary living conditions. Observed juvenile items, present toys, baby monitor, drinking cup. Located interior door with external latch leading to confined space. Confined space. Like a man had been a tool put away in a drawer. My fingers hovered over the keys. My vest rubbed my throat raw every time I swallowed. I could still taste metal. I could still hear Daniel saying hi like it was the only safe word he had left. The detective came by again and knocked on my window. I rolled it down. "We're trying to ID the homeowner," he said. "Name on the deed doesn't match anyone currently in our system." "You said you saw him, right?" "Yes," I said. "He was here. He was in the basement." "Did he have a phone on him?" the detective asked. I blinked. "I don't know." "We found a cell phone upstairs," he said, "on the kitchen counter. Screen smashed, like it got thrown. It's wet, but it was inside shouldn't be wet. Could be his." My stomach tightened. A phone on the counter could mean he lived there, or it could mean he wanted it found. "What about a wallet?" I asked, because I needed something concrete, something normal. The detective made a face. That's the weird part. He held up an evidence bag. Inside was a wallet, cheap leather worn corners, an ID visible through the plastic. The photo looked like the man I'd seen in the basement. Thick glasses, pale eyes. The name on the ID, he didn't say it out loud yet. He just watched my expression as if he expected recognition. "Where'd you find it?" I asked. "Upstairs," he said. "Bedroom. Under the bed." "Under the bed," I repeated. He nodded. "But the bed frame's too low. You'd have to slide it in. Deliberate." I stared at the bag and felt the hair rise on my arms again. A fleeing suspect doesn't usually leave their ID behind. Not unless they don't need it. Not unless they're not planning to be caught. "Could be staged," the detective said, reading my thoughts like he'd been doing it his whole career. "Could be fake. Could be a dead guy's wallet. We'll run it." The morning light turned a little whiter. The rain thinned further. In the distance, the city's normal sounds returned: engines, a dog barking someone's garage door, whining up. The storm had damaged property and knocked out power, and those were the parts people would talk about at work later. No one would talk about the basement unless we made them. Crime scene kept working. They photographed the plates of animal crackers. They bagged the sippy cup. They unplugged nothing because nothing was plugged in, and yet the baby monitor's batteries were still warm when they opened the compartment. Warm. That detail should have meant nothing, but it made the hair on my neck tighten again because warmth meant recent use, recent proximity, recent breath. Mara called me once the rush at dispatch calmed enough for her to breathe. "You okay?" she asked, and it wasn't official. I looked at the daylight creeping over the wet lawns and didn't know how to answer, honestly. "I'm fine," I lied, because that's what cops do. "Daniel's alive." A pause. "Good." I could hear paper shuffling on her end, a keyboard clicking, other calls, the city layering new emergencies over the old one. "You did what you could," she said, and for a second, her voice sounded tired. I wanted to tell her about the toy bunny showing up at the stairs when I hadn't moved it. I didn't. I wanted to tell her about how the clicking matched my breathing. I didn't. Those were the kinds of details that made you look less reliable, less clean. Those were the kinds of details you held inside until they turned into something else. By the time my shift ended, the street was fully awake. Power crews were already working a block over orange vests bright against the gray day. The police tape flapped in a light breeze. Neighbors drove past, slowly rubbernecking, pretending not to. I drove back to the station, turned in the initial report, sat through a brief debrief with a supervisor who asked questions like he was checking boxes. Then I signed out. When I finally got to my apartment complex, the rain had stopped completely. The sky was still overcast, but the world had that washed post-storm smell, like wet leaves and cold concrete. The parking lot was lit by sodium lamps that hadn't lost power, orange light pooling on wet asphalt. Puddles reflected the lights like melted coins. Every car sat in its assigned space like nothing had shifted. I parked and shut off the engine. For a moment, I didn't move. The cruiser's interior smelled like vinyl and sweat. My uniform felt heavy. My throat hurt where the vest had rubbed it raw. I stared out at the puddles and the orange light at the way the lot looked almost peaceful. And I realized that was what bothered me most. The basement had felt like a place with rules. The parking lot felt like a place with no rules at all. Just open space. Just reflections. Just the quiet, patient possibility that something could stand behind you and you wouldn't know until it decided you should. Chapter 3. After Action, Part 3.2. I didn't go inside right away. That's something people don't understand about night shift. How the end of a call doesn't mean the end of the feeling. You don't just clock out and become a normal person again. Your body stays loaded. Your senses stay tuned to danger long after the danger is gone. If you try to step into your apartment too fast, the quiet hits you like a wall, and your brain starts replaying everything it didn't have time to process. So I sat in my cruiser for a full minute with the engine off and the windows fogging slightly from my breath. Outside, the parking lot was empty except for a few cars scattered under the orange sodium lights. The puddles on the asphalt held those lights like coins in dark water. Somewhere on the second floor of my building, a TV played behind a curtain. Life went on warm and domestic, as if the city hadn't just opened a door to a concrete closet and pulled a man out of it. My hands rested on the steering wheel without gripping it. I watched my own fingers like they belonged to somebody else. Then I did what I always did after a rough call. I checked my car. Not because I expected to find anything, because habit is the only thing that makes you feel in control when you're not. I unbuckled, reached back, and ran my light over the back seat first. Habitual sweep floorboard seat behind the headrests under the passenger seat. The narrow space between the seat and the door where trash and secrets can collect. In training, they tell you it's officer safety. In real life, it becomes superstition. Nothing on the seat. Nothing behind the seat. Nothing visible. I opened the rear door anyway, letting the outside air rush in. The lot's damp smell mixed with the cruiser's vinyl and old disinfectant. For a second, the cold air felt clean. My flashlight beam dipped to the floor mat, and my brain refused to process what it was seeing. There was a footprint, small, wet. The shape of it pressed into the fabric with enough clarity that I could see individual toe pads, 5 little ovals at the top, the curve of an arch, the rounded heel. It was too small to be mine, too small to be any adult's, a child. A toddler, maybe. I stared, waiting for it to turn into something else. A spilled drink, a shadow, a trick of the light. It didn't. The wetness made the fibers darker, and the print shone faintly where the water caught my beam. And next to it, overlapping just slightly, as if whoever had stood there had adjusted their weight, was a second footprint. Adult-sized. Bare. The toes were longer, splayed slightly, the ball of the foot pressed deep into the mat. The heel was heavier, planted hard. Not a step that passed through. Not a quick touch. A stance. As if someone had stood there for a long moment. Long enough to sink their weight into the fabric. The hair rose on my arms, and I felt the sudden irrational urge to look behind me even though my eyes were already doing that job. The parking lot was empty. No one walking. No one crouched behind my cruiser. No shadow moving between cars. Just orange light and wet asphalt and the faint sound of distant traffic. My pulse hammered in my throat. I leaned closer, the beam tightening on the prints, and the smell hit me faint but unmistakable. Not blood, not decay. That cold mineral dampness that belonged in the basement, like wet concrete, like old air. I straightened too fast and banged my elbow on the doorframe. The pain snapped bright and sharp, grounding me for half a second. Think I told myself. Daniel had been wrapped in a foil blanket when they took him out. He'd never been in my cruiser. He'd been in the ambulance. The suspect had never been in my cruiser. No one from that scene had been in my cruiser except other officers, and none of them were barefoot, and none of them were toddlers. So how I forced myself through the inventory again, like logic could erase what my eyes saw. Could it be from earlier, from some other call, some other day number? The mat had been dry when I started shift. If it had been wet earlier, it would have dried by now. Fabric holds moisture, but not like this, not in distinct shapes. And the print was fresh enough that the edges were still glossy. My skin prickled along my scalp, as if a cold hand had brushed my hairline. I reached into the trunk for a rag, found one damp and gritty from old cleaning spray, and brought it back to the rear door. My hand hesitated. There was something obscene about wiping it away, like I was destroying evidence that shouldn't exist. Like I was accepting a rule I didn't understand. But I couldn't leave it there. I scrubbed. The rag dragged water through the fibers, blurring the small print first, then the adult one. The shapes smeared into dark streaks. The mat resisted holding the moisture, as if it didn't want to let it go. I scrubbed harder until the fabric looked uniformly wet, no distinct outline left. Then I pressed the rag down, blotting, lifting, blotting again. Finally, the mat looked like a mat again, just a dark, damp patch, nothing readable. My breathing slowed slightly. My pulse receded from my ears. Okay, I whispered to no one. Okay. The word sounded too much like Daniel's automatic compliance, and the similarity made my stomach tighten again. I shut the rear door and stood in the parking lot for a moment, with my flashlight still on scanning. Nothing moved. No clicks. No whispers. No plastic sound. I told myself it was stress, my mind reaching for patterns, the way trauma makes you see meaning in static. I told myself that and went upstairs. Inside my apartment, everything felt too bright and too normal. My refrigerator hummed. A neighbor's laundry thumped in the shared machines down the hall. My phone buzzed with a notification I didn't read. I showered until the hot water ran out, scrubbing my hands, like they could shed the basement smell, like they could wash off the feeling of that carved sentence on the wall. I crawled into bed and stared at the ceiling for a long time. When I finally slept, it wasn't restful. It was the kind of sleep where you feel like you're standing guard inside your own skull. In the morning, the world pretended again. Sunlight cut through clouds in thin, pale strips. Birds argued in the trees like the storm had never happened. My building's hallway smelled like someone's burnt toast and cheap air freshener. I drank coffee standing at my kitchen counter because sitting felt too still. Then I went back out to my cruiser. I didn't think about the floor mat as I walked down the stairs. That was the weird part. It wasn't in my conscious mind. My body was just steering me toward it, like it already knew what it would find. The parking lot had dried in patches, the puddles shrinking. The orange sodium lights were off, now replaced by day's flat honesty. My cruiser looked ordinary, just another black and white in a lot full of civilian cars. I opened the rear door. The floor mat stared back at me. The prints were there again. Not as sharp as before, more like ghosts of themselves, but unmistakable. A small footprint dampened into the fabric, and beside it, the heavier adult bare footprint, deeper, as if someone had stood there and pressed down. My skin went cold, and for a second, I couldn't move. I just stared like my eyes could force them to vanish. I touched the mat with the back of my fingers, cool, damp. Not wet enough to bead, but damp enough that the fibers clung together under my skin. I leaned in and sniffed. That same faint smell of wet concrete, basement air. My heart began to beat harder, faster. I scrubbed again more aggressively until the mat was soaked and the print blurred into nothing. I used paper towels this time, ripping through half a roll, blotting until my hands ached. When I was done, the mat looked evenly damp, no shapes. I slammed the door harder than I meant to. The sound echoed off nearby cars. A woman walking her dog glanced at me, startled, then looked away quickly, deciding she didn't want whatever mood I was in. I stood there with my hands on my hips, breathing through my nose like that would slow my heart. It's condensation, I told myself. Humidity. The mat got wet. It's drying weird. You're seeing patterns. But the words didn't stick. Because the prints had toes. Because the adult print was bare. Because it wasn't a random wet patch. It was a person's presence pressed into fabric. That afternoon, still unsettled, I did what cops do when they don't trust their own minds. I checked the evidence. Not the crime scene evidence, the stuff in bags and lab cues. My evidence. My body cam. I pulled the footage on my department-issued laptop sitting at my kitchen table while daylight washed the room. I found the segment from the end of the call when I'd returned to my cruiser and opened the door. The camera's perspective was chest-level, angled slightly down, catching my hands, the top edge of the door frame, the dark shape of the back seat. The video was useless for what I wanted. Low light, rain noise, shaky movement. But audio can betray things. Video can't. I put in earbuds and turned the volume up, then scrubbed the timeline back and forth until I found the moment the rear door opened. There was the sound of the handle, the hinge, the wet air. My own breathing, faint but present. And then click. A tiny sound so small I almost missed it the first time. Not loud enough to be a mechanical door latch. Not sharp enough to be a key. Not the metallic clink of equipment. A plastic click. A squeeze and release. I froze, finger hovering over the trackpad. I rewound, played it again. Click. There it was, in the same place, the same shape, as if it had been inserted carefully into the moment like punctuation. I played it again, louder. The click lined up almost exactly with my inhale, just like in the basement. My mouth went dry. I paused the video and listened to the silence in my apartment refrigerator hum distant traffic, a neighbor's muffled footsteps. No clicking, no strange voices, just normal life. I told myself it was something in the cruiser, the seatbelt mechanism, the camera mount, the door latch. But the sound was too soft, too organic, too much like a toy. I took out the earbuds and sat back, staring at the laptop screen where the paused video showed the dark interior of my cruiser's back seat like a mouth open toward me. For the first time since the storm, I felt something shift inside me, not fear exactly, but a colder kind of understanding. The basement had rules. The rule wasn't just for Daniel. It wasn't confined to that concrete room. And the worst part, the part I didn't say out loud even to myself, was the thought that made my throat tighten the way it had when I first smelled the house. If the click followed me to my car, then something else could too. I closed the laptop carefully, like I might wake it up if I moved too fast. Then I walked back out to the parking lot and stared at my cruiser from a distance. In the daylight, it looked harmless, but I couldn't stop seeing it the way I'd seen the basement door, an entry point. A place where something could stand behind you and you wouldn't know until it decided to leave evidence. Chapter 3. After Action. Part 3.3. 2 days after the storm, when the city had mostly patched itself back together, I got called into the hospital. Not as a hero, not as some special unit. Just because I was the first officer on scene and paperwork has gravity. The detectives wanted me present when they tried to take Daniel's initial statement, partly for continuity, partly because they expected him to respond to a familiar face. That assumption sounded reasonable on paper. In reality, Daniel didn't respond to familiarity the way normal people do. The hospital was on the edge of town, a squat concrete building with a glass front that always looked fogged, even when it wasn't. The automatic doors sighed open and closed all day, letting in the smell of exhaust and rain-soaked coats. Inside, everything was bright in that clinical way that makes you feel exposed. White walls, pale tile, the faint stinging smell of disinfectant that never quite covers the underlying human odor, sweat, sickness, fear. The waiting room TV played a morning show on mute. A toddler in Spider-Man pajamas ran circles around a chair, while his mother scrolled on her phone with hollow eyes. Somewhere down the hall, a monitor beeped steadily like a metronome for someone else's life. I signed in at the security desk and followed the detective to a wing that required a badge. The lights overhead flickered once as we passed beneath them. Not enough to alarm anyone. Just enough to make me think of the power outage and how darkness changes familiar spaces. Daniel's room was at the end of a hall that smelled faintly of laundry detergent and antiseptic. A nurse in scrubs stood outside with a tablet in hand. She looked tired in a practiced way. "That's him?" the detective asked. The nurse nodded, then lowered her voice. "He's touchy." "Touchy how?" I asked. "He won't talk when men are in the room," she said. "Not at all. He just shuts down. But if a female nurse sits with him, he'll whisper. Sometimes." The detective exhaled through his nose, frustrated but trying not to show it. "We need a statement." "I know," the nurse said. "But he's not a piece of evidence. He's a person." I felt something twist in my chest at that, because 2 nights ago I'd seen him in that concrete room, and my brain had wanted to categorize him the way cops are trained to victim witness injured party. A person is harder to file. The nurse opened the door and stepped in first, soft as possible. I followed, but when I crossed the threshold, Daniel reacted instantly. He was sitting upright in the hospital bed, but his posture wasn't relaxed. He sat with his shoulders slightly hunched, elbows tucked in, hands folded tight in his lap, like he was trying to hold himself together. The foil blanket was gone, replaced by a standard hospital blanket that looked too clean against his skin. His wrists were wrapped in gauze. His beard had been trimmed slightly, but his face still looked hollow, his eyes too sharp, too alert. The moment he saw the detective and me, his gaze dropped. Not politely, automatically. Like gravity took his eyes and pinned them to the blanket. His body didn't move, but something in him went rigid. His breathing became shallow. The nurse took a chair and sat close to the bed, her body language open, careful. "Daniel," she said gently. "It's okay. These are the people we told you about. They're here to help." Daniel's lips moved, but no sound came out. The detective tried anyway. "Daniel, I'm Detective Alvarez. I'm investigating your case. We just want to ask a few questions." Daniel's fingers tightened around each other until his knuckles looked pale. No response. I watched his throat bob as he swallowed, and I recognized it, the look of someone trying not to exist in a room. The nurse leaned in slightly, lowering her voice. "Daniel, can you tell me if you're in pain?" Daniel nodded, once a small motion. "And can you tell me where it hurts?" His lips parted. A breath came out. Then, in that thin, childlike whisper, he answered, Not to the detective, not to me, but to the nurse, as if she was the only safe channel. "My wrists," he whispered. The detective glanced at me, frustration in his eyes, and I gave him a subtle shake of my head. Pushing would make Daniel fold inward. We needed him present. The nurse continued, her voice soothing but not patronizing. "Okay, we can help with that. Now, these officers want to understand what happened to you. Can you try to tell me some things and I'll tell them all right?" Daniel hesitated, then he whispered, "Okay." That same automatic compliance word again, like it had been stamped into him. The nurse looked at the detective. "He'll talk to me. You two can stay, but keep your voices down. If he stops responding, we'll need you out." Alvarez's jaw tightened, but he nodded. I stayed by the wall, hands loose at my sides, trying to look non-threatening in a uniform that exists to threaten. The detective took out a notepad, but he didn't click his pen's small mercies. The nurse started with the basics. "Daniel, do you know how long you were down there?" Daniel's face tightened, and his eyes flicked up for the first time, just a flash, then dropped again. His lips trembled. He didn't answer with words. Instead, he made a sound, a soft, rhythmic click, tongue against teeth. "Tuck." He paused. "Tuck." Another pause. "TCK." The nurse blinked, confused. "Daniel," he continued. "Tuck. It wasn't random. It had a pattern, steady spacing, like he was counting silently, marking time in a way that wasn't visible to anyone else. My skin went cold, because it sounded too much like the bunny, like the basement, like the thing that had matched my breathing. Alvarez shifted his weight and the bed frame creaked faintly. Daniel flinched as if the creak were a shout. His tongue clicking stopped instantly. His shoulders rose. The nurse placed her palm lightly on the blanket near his hand, an anchor. "It's okay," she murmured. "Just me. Just talk to me." Daniel swallowed, then whispered, "I don't know." The nurse nodded, not pressing, and adjusted her question. "Can you tell me what he made you do?" The moment she said he, Daniel's whole body tightened. His eyes stayed down, but I could see the muscles along his jaw work, like he was chewing something bitter. His voice came out even smaller. "Rules," he whispered. "What rules?" the nurse asked. Daniel's fingers twisted into the blanket. "Don't look," he whispered. Don't look at him." The nurse kept her tone steady. "Okay, don't talk big," Daniel said, and the phrasing made my stomach turn. Not "don't talk loud, don't talk big." Like volume wasn't the only thing being controlled. "Speak small," he whispered next, almost like he was reciting scripture. "Always." "And what happens if you don't?" the nurse asked gently. Daniel's throat worked. He inhaled. His eyes squeezed shut briefly. "He hurts you," Daniel whispered, and the words came out flat, factual, like a rule written on a wall. Alvarez's pen scratched across paper. He tried to keep his breathing quiet, but he was a big man, and big men take up space even when they're trying not to. Daniel's shoulders inched up again. The nurse asked, "What else?" Daniel's voice trembled. "Don't stand tall." "What do you mean, don't?" "Don't stand up straight," Daniel whispered. "He says it's rude. He says it makes him mad." The nurse swallowed visibly. "Okay. Anything else?" Daniel's tongue clicked once again without him seeming to decide to do it. Tsk. He winced like he'd made a mistake. Don't ask why," he whispered. Just okay. Just okay." The nurse glanced at me briefly, and in her eyes I saw what she was seeing: trauma, yes. But this had edges that didn't look like spontaneous fear. This looked like training, conditioning. Alvarez tried to interject. He couldn't help himself. "Daniel, can you tell us what his name is?" The word name seemed to hit Daniel like a slap. His head jerked up too fast. and for a moment his eyes met Alvarez's. They were wide, frantic, filled with something like terror and something like warning. Then Daniel's gaze dropped so hard it looked painful. His mouth opened and no sound came out. His chest began to rise and fall faster. The nurse immediately leaned in, voice soft but firm. "Detective, please. Let me." Alvarez clenched his jaw. "We need," the nurse cut him off. "You're making him shut down." Daniel's tongue clicked again, faster now. "Tuk, tuk," his hands trembled. The nurse lowered her voice to a near whisper. "Daniel, look at me. Only me. You're safe." Slowly, Daniel's eyes lifted, not to the detective, not to me, but to the nurse's face. His breathing slowed by fractions. The nurse said, "You're doing great. We can stop if you want." Daniel whispered, "No." A pause. Then he said, "You won't believe me." The nurse's brows furrowed slightly. "Who said that?" Daniel's lips barely moved. "He did." "Why wouldn't we believe you?" she asked. Daniel swallowed hard, and I saw his throat tighten like he was forcing something through a narrow passage. "Because I sound like this," Daniel whispered. The words landed in the sterile room like a stain. A grown man in a hospital bed, wrapped in clean sheets, whispering in a child's voice, because it was safer to be small. Alvarez stared at Daniel for a moment, then looked away like his eyes had touched something private. A doctor stepped in quietly, middle-aged woman with tired eyes, and a badge that identified her as psychiatry consult. She'd been listening from the doorway, and her expression held that careful neutrality doctors wear when they're trying not to react. "I'm sorry," she said softly, addressing the nurse first. "May I?" The nurse nodded and introduced her gently to Daniel. The doctor pulled a chair close, but not too close, keeping her voice low. "Daniel," she said, "what you're describing, these rules, the way your voice changes around men. This isn't just fear. It's not simply trauma in the way people think of trauma." Daniel stared at the blanket, as if the pattern there was the only safe thing to look at. The doctor continued, choosing her words carefully. "This sounds like conditioning." Alvarez frowned. "Conditioning?" The doctor nodded. "Operant conditioning," she said. "A system of rewards and punishments that trains behavior. It can become reflexive, automatic, like muscle memory." Daniel's tongue clicked once, very soft. "Tuk." The doctor's eyes flicked to his mouth, and that sound she added the clicking. "Does he use a trigger?" Alvarez looked confused. The nurse's expression tightened. "A trigger?" the detective asked. The doctor nodded slowly. "A consistent cue. A sound, an object, a word, something that signals the rules are in effect. It can be used to control someone. Over time, the cue alone can produce the behavior even without the person who enforced it." My stomach turned. I thought of the bunny, the click matching my breathing, the body cam audio catching that tiny plastic sound when I opened my car door. Daniel didn't look up, but his fingers tightened around the blanket. The nurse asked gently, "Daniel, did he use a sound? Something to tell you what to do?" Daniel's lips trembled. He whispered, "Click," and the word itself sounded like a confession. The doctor nodded once, grim. "That's what I thought." Alvarez's voice sharpened despite himself. "So he trained him, like a dog." The doctor's eyes hardened and she answered calmly, like a person being forced to survive. Daniel flinched at Alvarez's tone, shoulders rising again, and the nurse touched his hand, lightly steadying him. The detective exhaled, frustrated at his own lack of control, and tried again. "Daniel, can you tell us?" But Daniel was already fading. His breathing quickened, his gaze fixed downward, eyes unfocused, like he was watching something in his memory instead of the present. The nurse stood firm now, "That's enough for now," she said. "He needs rest." Alvarez started to argue, but the doctor shook her head. "If you push him, you'll lose him. He'll retreat into the rules." "You'll get nothing," Daniel whispered, barely audible. "Okay." Again. The safe word. The compliance word. The nurse adjusted the blanket around him and spoke softly. "You're safe here. No one is going to hurt you." Daniel's eyes flicked past her shoulder toward the doorway toward the hall outside. For a moment, I thought he was looking at me. Then I realized he was looking at something beyond me, something that wasn't visible. His lips parted and his tongue clicked once involuntarily. "Took." He flinched at the sound, as if he'd made it by accident. The nurse followed his gaze and saw nothing. She smoothed his blanket and murmured again, "Safe." Alvarez and I stepped out into the hall to give them space. The door clicked shut behind us. The hospital hallway was bright and ordinary. Linoleum floors, posters about hand hygiene, the faint smell of cafeteria food drifting from somewhere, nurses moving briskly, phones ringing, distant laughter from a break room. A normal place, a place where a plastic clicking toy didn't belong. Alvarez rubbed his face with one hand. "Jesus," he muttered. "Conditioning." I didn't answer. I stood there listening, my ears tuned for a sound I hated. "You okay?" Alvarez asked, watching me. "I'm fine," I lied again, because it was easier than saying I can't stop hearing it. The detective glanced down the hall. "We'll pick this up later. Get a full statement when he's stabilized." Stabilized. Like you could stabilize a man whose nervous system had been rewritten. We started walking toward the elevators. The hall stretched ahead, clean and bright. And then click. Small, soft, plastic. I stopped so abruptly Alvarez almost bumped into me. What he asked, I didn't answer. I turned my head slowly, scanning the hallway. There were no toys, no children nearby, no carts rolling over plastic, no pens clicking, nothing that made that particular sound. But the click came again. Click. From somewhere ahead or behind. It was hard to place in the sterile echo of the corridor. My mouth went dry. Alvarez frowned. "You hear something?" I nodded once, unable to speak without making my voice too big. The click came one more time, faint, patient, then stopped. And in the sudden silence, with fluorescent lights buzzing overhead and nurses talking quietly at the far end of the hall, I realized something that turned my stomach cold. The rules weren't confined to the basement. The trigger wasn't confined to the house. It was out here now in a place that was supposed to be safe, and it was making the same sound it had made when I opened my car door, as if it was reminding me gently, almost politely, that it could follow, and that it already had. Chapter 4, The House Isn't Vacant, Part 4.1, I didn't want to go back. That was the honest truth, and it embarrassed me. Cops go back to scenes all the time. You follow up. You rewalk a timeline. You knock doors and ask questions you already know the answers to. You do it because cases aren't solved in a single burst of adrenaline. They're solved in the slow, stubborn grind afterward, when the world has stopped caring and you have to keep caring anyway. But that house had left something in me that didn't feel like memory. It felt like residue, the kind you can't scrub off with hot water. Still, when Detective Alvarez called and said, "I need you out there," I said yes without hesitation. Reflex, duty, pride, maybe all of it. Why, I asked, trying to keep my voice neutral. "Neighbor called it in," he said. "Says the back door's open again. Says they saw movement. Could be squatters. Could be our guy came back. Either way, we need eyes. Movement." The word tightened my stomach like a fist. I drove out around noon. The sun had finally broken through the clouds in weak patches, and the streets looked clean in that washed post-storm way. Puddles, shrinking leaves stuck to curbs, tree branches snapped and piled near the road, waiting for crews to haul them away. In daylight, the city pretended even harder. School buses rolled by. People mowed damp lawns. Someone washed their car in their driveway like nothing worse than mud had happened. I turned onto the street with the house, and the first thing that struck me was how ordinary it looked now. Not the house itself, still ugly, still overgrown, still hunched at the end of the block, but the neighborhood around it. Kids' chalk drawings on sidewalks, a stroller parked on a porch, a basketball hoop leaning slightly in a driveway, a woman watering potted plants even though the ground was still saturated from the storm. Normal life all around a place that had contained a latched concrete closet. I parked a few houses down and walked up, not in a rush. In daylight, you have to fight the impulse to relax. Darkness makes danger obvious. Daylight makes it look like it belongs. Yellow tape was gone now. Crime scene had cleared the day after leaving the house, sealed as best they could, doors secured, windows boarded where needed. But secured is a temporary word when a building is determined to let people in. Alvarez was already there in an unmarked SUV. He stood on the sidewalk talking to a uniformed patrol officer, both of them squinting at the house like it might change shape if they looked long enough. "You see it?" Alvarez asked as I approached. I followed his gaze. From the curb, the house looked almost respectable in daylight. Not clean, not maintained, but less monstrous. The overgrown bushes were just bushes. The sagging roof was just age. The dark windows reflected the sky instead of swallowing light. The front porch boards looked worn, not ominous. It was normalization. In real time, my brain trying to file the place under bad property instead of human cage. That terrified me more than the storm had. Because if your brain can normalize it, you can walk past it. You can stop feeling. You can miss the thing that matters. "The back door," Alvarez said, and nodded toward the side of the house where a narrow path ran along the fence line. We moved around the property, careful but not theatrical. My boots crushed wet weeds. The air smelled like damp soil and cut grass. Somewhere nearby, a lawnmower buzzed. The back door was in fact slightly open, just enough to show a line of darkness inside. A black slit again, like the house had a habit, like it wanted that door cracked the way a mouth wants to breathe. Alvarez cursed softly. "We sealed that." "Someone unsealed it," I said. "We didn't go in right away. We did the perimeter first like we were supposed to. Checked the windows. Looked for fresh damage. The basement window that had been broken was boarded now, but the board had been pried at faint marks around the nails. The wood shifted, as if someone had tested it." Alvarez made a note. He came back. He muttered, not quite speaking to me. Or someone did. The patrol officer moved toward the neighbor's yard where a man was standing at the edge of his porch with his arms folded. Middle-aged, tan baseball cap expression pinned between curiosity and concern. That the caller Alvarez asked. "Yeah," the patrol officer said. "Says he saw movement. We walked over, badges visible." The man lifted his chin slightly, trying to look calm in front of law enforcement, like that would keep him safe. "Afternoon," he said. "You guys with the detectives?" Alvarez nodded. "Detective Alvarez, this is Officer." He gestured to me. "You called about the back door." The man's eyes flicked to me, then back to Alvarez. "Yeah, I didn't want to overreact, but it's open again." "You saw someone?" I asked. He hesitated. Not a clear someone?" "I saw the blinds move, and I saw," he swallowed. "I saw a shadow through the glass, like somebody was in there." "How long ago?" Alvarez asked. "Maybe 20 minutes, the man said. I was in the kitchen, I look out and I don't know. Something didn't feel right. I've got kids inside. Anyone else notice? Alvarez asked. The man nodded toward the house next door, where a woman in a cardigan stood on her porch with a phone in her hand, watching like she was trying to decide whether to stay involved or retreat behind her door. That's Mrs. Harlan, the man said. She's lived here forever. She's always got something to say about everybody. Mrs. Harlan came down her steps, slowly, cautious, but curious the way people approach a car accident drawn in by horror, but trying not to let it touch them. "Afternoon," she said, voice tight. Her eyes darted to the house, then back to us. "You boys still messing with that place?" "Ma'am," Alvarez said, polite. "Have you noticed anyone coming or going from that house recently?" She made a face. "That house, Lord. I told my husband 10 years ago that place was trouble." "Have you seen anyone?" I asked, keeping my tone gentle. She hesitated, then nodded slowly. "I've seen him. Or I saw a man. Late nights sometimes." My stomach tightened. "What man?" "A heavy fella," she said, wrinkling her nose as if the memory had a smell. "Balding, glasses, always dressed clean though. Not like you'd expect with that yard the way it is." Alvarez's eyes sharpened. "How often?" "Once a week, maybe," she said. "Sometimes more." He'd come out after midnight, take trash bags to the curb, quiet as a church mouse, polite too. Waved at me once. Waved, I repeated, and the word tasted wrong. I pictured that man in the basement, standing still like a statue, squeezing the toy bunny to my breathing, then casually waving at a neighbor under streetlights. "He ever talk to you?" Alvarez asked. Mrs. Harlan shook her head. "No, just that wave. Like he was normal." She said, "Normal, the way you say good about food you don't trust." The neighbor man shifted uncomfortably. "I never saw him," he admitted. "But I work days. My wife said she thought she saw somebody by that place one time, but she figured it was a contractor." "A contractor," Alvarez echoed. Mrs. Harlan snorted. "Ain't no contractor keeping that yard like that." Alvarez asked, "Did you ever see kids? Anyone else going in?" Mrs. Harlan's gaze flicked to the ground. Her hands tightened around her phone. "No kids," she said quickly. Then she added quieter, "But I heard them once." The words made the air feel colder. "Heard who?" I asked. Mrs. Harlan swallowed. "I was up late, couldn't sleep. My husband snores like a chainsaw, you know. And I heard singing." Alvarez frowned. "Singing. Like a little kid," she said, voice thinning. "A little girl, maybe. Soft, like nursery rhyme stuff." My pulse started to pick up again, and I forced my face to stay neutral. "You're sure it came from that house?" Alvarez asked. Mrs. Harlan nodded slow. "It was quiet out. No TV, no cars. I know my neighborhood. That singing came from that yard." "And you didn't call it in?" Alvarez asked, not accusing, but not gentle either. Mrs. Harlan's eyes flashed. "You ever call the police on a song?" She snapped. Then she softened, ashamed. "I told myself it was a radio, a toy, something, but..." She shook her head. "There aren't any little girls over there. Not for years. That place has been vacant since the old owner died. Vacant. Flagged vacant." My throat tightened. Alvarez asked, "When did you hear it?" Mrs. Harlan's voice dropped. "Maybe a month ago, a little after midnight. It wasn't loud. It was more close. Like it was right by the window." I thought of the baby monitor in that toy room, the warm batteries, the breath through the speaker, the way Daniel flinched at men's voices like they were triggers, and the plastic clicking. A lullaby is just another kind of control if you hear it enough times. Alvarez thanked them, scribbled notes, promised patrol presence. The neighbors retreated back to their porches like they'd done their civic duty and now wanted distance from whatever they'd helped uncover. He turned to me. "You heard that," he said quietly. "The singing," I replied, keeping my voice low. He nodded once. "This isn't a one-off. This guy's been here, living here, doing whatever he's doing, with neighbors waving at him like he's the mailman." In daylight, it was easy to imagine the man as just a weird recluse, just a hoarder, just a harmless oddball who didn't mow his lawn. That was the terrifying part, because monsters don't survive by looking like monsters. They survive by blending in, by taking trash out politely, by waving. We moved back toward the open back door. I paused at the threshold, looking into the dark interior. Daylight from outside didn't travel far inside. The house swallowed it quickly, turning it into dim gray. From the street, a child's laugh carried from somewhere down the block. A normal sound in a normal neighborhood. It made my skin crawl anyway, because my mind couldn't stop pairing it with Mrs. Harlan's confession, a child's song where no child should be. I glanced at Alvarez. "You want to go in?" He nodded. "We clear it. Quick. Make sure nobody's squatting. Make sure he didn't come back." I tightened my grip on my flashlight. The house waited, and even in full daylight, standing in wet weeds with birds chirping in the trees, I felt that same sensation I'd felt on the storm night. That thin, creeping awareness that the place was watching us normalize it, like it was counting on it. Chapter 4, The House Isn't Vacant, Part 4.2. Going back inside in daylight felt wrong in a different way than it had felt wrong at night. At night, the darkness made everything suspicious. Every shadow had permission to be terrifying. In daylight, the house looked like a bad property neglect hoarding maybe drugs. Something you could explain with a shrug and a budget cut. Something you could file under sad instead of evil. That false normalcy made my hands sweat inside my gloves. Alvarez entered first, shoulder leading, weapon low, flashlight still on, even though sunlight filtered through the dirty windows and weak gray sheets. I followed, stepping over the same threshold I'd crossed in the storm, and the smell came back immediately, less sharp in daylight, but still there. Human. Old. Sweetened with cheap vanilla, like someone was trying to perfume a wound. The living room looked even worse now that I could see it clearly. Grease stains on fast food bags. Dishes stacked like sediment layers. Cockroach droppings in corners like pepper sprinkled too heavily. The pink sippy cup was gone. The coffee table was bare except for a water ring and an old TV remote without batteries. "Someone's been in here since we cleared it," Alvarez muttered. "How can you tell?" I asked, even though I already knew. The air felt disturbed, like the room had been breathed on recently. He nodded at the floor. Mud tracked in near the back door. A damp smear where someone had wiped a shoe on the rug. Subtle, but enough. We moved through the house methodically, calling out, checking corners, opening closets. No one answered. No one rushed us. The place remained quiet, but not peacefully quiet, more like the quiet of someone hiding their breath. When we reached the hallway beyond the kitchen, the temperature dropped slightly, even in daylight. The air felt thicker there, the way it does in old buildings where moisture lives in the walls. Alvarez stopped at the doorway to the room I'd found the night of the storm, the curated room. The doll room, if you wanted a quick label that didn't do justice to how wrong it felt. "Here," he said quietly. The mannequin was still there. Sitting in the rocking chair, head slightly bowed, dress smoothed, cardigan buttoned wrong. It looked exactly as it had before, except in daylight, I could see the tiny details that made my skin itch, smudges of makeup around the mouth, as if someone had reapplied lipstick with a trembling hand. A faint scuff mark on one slipper, as if the foot had been dragged an inch and then set back. The stacks of women's clothes on the bed were still sorted by color, still folded neatly, still too deliberate. But something else had changed. The air in this room was cleaner than the rest of the house, and that wasn't because it had been cleaned. It was because someone had maintained it. The way a shrine is maintained, the way a display is maintained, the way a controlled environment is maintained. Alvarez's eyes moved over the walls. CSI said this room didn't make sense. It still doesn't, I said. He stepped in carefully and ran his flashlight beam along the baseboards and corners. We've got a warrant extension, he said. We can do more than just peek today. Do more like what I asked. His gaze lingered on the mannequin's face, like find what he didn't want found. One of the crime scene techs arrived a few minutes later. Keller, a tall woman with her hair pulled tight and her expression permanently unimpressed. She carried a small tool bag and wore gloves already, as if she assumed everything she touched would try to contaminate her. She looked around the room and exhaled through her nose. Jesus, she murmured. This is curated. That's the word Alvarez said. Keller crouched by the wall near the corner and tapped the drywall lightly with her knuckles. The sound changed hollow in places, solid in others. She tapped again, slower. Then she looked up at Alvarez. You ever seen a room like this in hoarder houses? She asked. No, he said. Because hoarders don't keep one area this clean, Keller replied. This is intentional. She moved to the section of wall behind the rocking chair and tapped again. Hollow, hollow, then solid. Her eyes narrowed. Get me a pry bar, she said. Alvarez's face tightened. You think there's a cavity? I think there's something behind this wall that doesn't want daylight, Keller said flatly. The patrol officer who'd been standing by the door went to fetch tools from his car. In the meantime, Keller marked a rectangle on the drywall with a pen. She worked with the calm precision of someone who'd seen too much and decided to treat horror like a carpentry problem. When the pry bar arrived, she set it against the drywall and applied pressure slowly. The sheetrock cracked with a dull pop. Dust puffed out. Not clean, white dust, gray, damp dust that smelled faintly sour like the inside of an old closet. Keller paused. Mask, she said, and handed Alvarez one from her bag. You too. I took one and pulled it over my face. The elastic snapped lightly against my skin. The fabric made my breath loud in my own ears. Keller pried again. The drywall gave with a brittle tearing sound, and the opening widened. A chunk fell inward, revealing darkness behind it. A narrow space. Not a crawl space in the foundation. Not an attic access. Something carved between studs and intentional void. Keller shined her light inside. The beam caught objects stacked tight in the cavity like someone had packed them carefully to maximize space, and my stomach dropped. It was a child's cache. Not toys in the normal sense. Not random clutter. Items placed with purpose. A small pair of sneakers, little worn, the soles dirty. The size was wrong for any adult. Too small even for most kids. Toddler shoes. The laces were tied in neat little bows. A striped shirt folded tight. Tiny jeans. A pajama top with cartoon animals, the fabric faded from washing. A blanket rolled up like a sleeping bag, and beside it a plastic hairbrush with a few strands still caught in the bristles. I felt my throat tighten. These weren't items you leave behind in a vacant house. These were items you keep when you want to remember, or when you want to control. Keller reached in with gloved hands, careful, and pulled out a clear glass jar. It clinked softly as it hit the floor. Inside the jar were little white shapes. For a second, my mind tried to label them as beads. Then the light caught them properly. Baby teeth. Small, uneven, some with tiny roots still attached. milk teeth that should have been lost under pillows and exchanged for quarters. They sat in the jar like trophies. Alvarez went very still. The patrol officer at the door swore under his breath. Keller didn't react. She just set the jar aside gently, as if sudden movement might wake something. She reached into the cavity again and pulled out a Ziploc bag. Inside was a bundle of hair tied with a cheap elastic band, brown hair cut unevenly, the ends frayed. Another bundle beneath it, lighter, almost blonde. Each one bound like it had been collected carefully. I tasted bile through the mask. "This is evidence," Alvarez said, voice tight. "This is obsession," Keller corrected. She leaned in deeper, her flashlight beam sliding along the inside of the cavity, and then she froze. "Hold," she said. Her tone changed, thin, precise, as if she was talking to a bomb squad. "What?" Alvarez asked. Keller angled her light and pointed. Tucked in the very back of the void, wedged between the studs, was a small black object. A portable cassette recorder. The kind people used decades ago to record lectures or leave messages. Cheap plastic, scratched, the brand label worn away. A strip of masking tape on the side with handwriting on it, blocky, careful letters. I couldn't read it from where I stood, but the way Keller's hands hesitated told me everything I needed. "That wasn't on our list," Alvarez said. Keller shook her head. "Because nobody saw it," she replied. "It's behind the wall." She reached in slowly and pulled it out. The cassette recorder felt too heavy for its size, like it carried more than plastic and tape. Keller set it on the floor between us. The room seemed to hold its breath. The mannequin sat in its rocking chair, watching with glass eyes that reflected our flashlights like dull moons. "Could be nothing," the patrol officer offered weakly. Alvarez shot him a look. "In a cavity full of kids' clothes and teeth?" "No," Keller inspected the recorder. "Battery compartment is taped shut," she said, and her voice was suddenly very quiet. "Fresh tape?" "Meaning?" Alvarez asked. "Meaning someone wanted it to stay powered," Keller replied. I stared at the recorder and felt the memory of the hospital hallway crawl back into my skin. That click I'd heard where no toy should exist. The body cam audio, the footprints, a trigger, a cue, a rule you didn't consent to but still obeyed. Keller hesitated. "You want to hear it?" Alvarez's jaw flexed. "Yes." Keller looked at me. "Officer, you okay?" I didn't know how to answer honestly, so I gave her the only answer cops give when they're not sure if they're still in control of themselves. "I'm fine." Keller's expression didn't change. She bent down and pressed the play button with the tip of her gloved finger. For 1 second, nothing happened. Then the machine whirred softly, and the speaker crackled with static. A thin hiss filled the room. My pulse climbed. Keller looked down at it as if she expected it to explode. And then a voice came through quiet, close to the microphone, intimate in the worst way. A man's voice. Not shouted, not angry, soft, measured, like someone speaking to a child in the dark. "Good," the voice murmured. "Good." Static, a faint shuffle like fabric moving. Then very clearly the man said, "Speak small." The words slid under my skin like cold water. And immediately after, right on the tail of the phrase, came the sound. Click. A clean plastic click, like a toy being squeezed. The recorder hissed again. Then the voice repeated, even softer, almost affectionate, "Speak. Small." Click. My mouth went dry behind the mask. The clicking continued at a steady pace, now slow, even like a metronome setting a rhythm. Click, click, click. And beneath it, faint as a memory, there was another sound breathing. Not the recorder's mechanical whir. Human breathing, shallow, careful, like someone trying not to be heard. Keller's eyes flicked to Alvarez. Alvarez didn't move. His face had gone pale beneath the harsh daylight. The mannequin creaked slightly in its chair, not rocking, not moving, just a tiny wooden sound as the house settled around us. My hand tightened on my flashlight. The voice on the tape lowered even more, as if it was leaning closer to the listener. "If you talk big," it whispered, "you get hurt." Click. The words didn't sound like a threat. They sounded like instruction, like a rule being taught the way you teach a child to look both ways before crossing the street. And then in the background, there was a tiny sound so small it almost vanished under the clicking. A whimper, a child's whimper, or an adult's whimper forced into a child's shape. The recorder hissed, and the man's voice said, pleased, "That's better." Click. My stomach rolled. The room felt suddenly smaller, as if the walls had shifted closer. Keller reached down and hit stop hard, like she couldn't let it keep playing. The clicking died instantly. The silence that followed was loud enough to hurt. For a moment, none of us spoke. We just stood there in a room that smelled wrong, staring at the recorder like it might start again on its own. Alvarez exhaled slowly. "Bag it," he said, voice hoarse. Keller nodded and reached for an evidence bag. And that was when the jump happened, not from the tape, but from me. Because as Keller lifted the recorder, her gloved thumb brushed the side of it. A tiny movement, a tiny pressure. And the speaker emitted a single sharp sound, just a fragment of the tape catching a half-second of playback. Speak, click. Keller jerked as if she'd been stung. The recorder slipped in her grip and hit the floor with a dull thud. The mannequin's head seemed to tilt in the corner of my eye. I snapped my flashlight toward it so fast my shoulder ached. It hadn't moved. Of course it hadn't. It was plastic and paint and cloth. But my heart didn't believe that. My heart believed in patterns. My heart believed in rules. Keller swallowed hard, then forced her hands steady and sealed the recorder in the evidence bag. The plastic crinkled loudly in the quiet room. Alvarez stared at the cavity in the wall, the child-sized clothes, the jar of teeth, the bundled hair, and his expression tightened into something colder than anger. "He kept trophies," he said, "and instructions," Keller added. I couldn't stop staring at the cavity, the narrow, dark space between studs built into the wall like a secret throat. The way the items were packed so carefully, so deliberately, like someone had arranged them during quiet hours while neighbors slept. I thought of Mrs. Harlan hearing a child singing where no child lived. I thought of Daniel whispering, "Okay," like it was safer than breathing. And I thought of that voice on the tape, soft, intimate, calm, teaching pain like a lesson. Alvarez turned to me. "You hear that?" he asked. I nodded, but my throat was too tight to speak. He gestured at the wall. "This isn't just a kidnapping. This is ritual, routine." Keller sealed the evidence bag and wrote on the label with a marker that squeaked faintly against plastic. The sound made my nerves twitch. "Anything else in there?" Alvarez asked. Keller shined her light back into the void and scanned. "Not that I can see," she said, "but the cavity goes deeper than this section. Could be multiple." Alvarez's eyes hardened. "Open more." Keller hesitated. "We should do it controlled. Photograph document." Alvarez cut her off, voice sharp. "Open more." The urgency in his tone wasn't professional anymore. It was personal. He'd heard the tape. He'd heard the metronome click. The case had stopped being abstract. Keller nodded and moved her tools to the next section of wall. I stepped back a pace, unable to stop my eyes from drifting to the mannequin again. It sat there in its rocking chair dress, neat hands resting in its lap like a patient child. The room was bright now, sunlight through dirty windows, flashlights, white walls reflecting light back. But the brightness didn't help. It made everything clearer. It made the horror easier to catalog. And that's what scared me most of all. In daylight, with evidence bags and gloves and calm voices, the house didn't look haunted. It looked functional, like it had been built to do this quietly, efficiently, and for a long time while people waved at the homeowner at night as he took trash to the curb. As Keller pried at the wall again, the drywall cracked with another dull pop. Dust drifted into the air, and for a second, just one breath, I thought I heard something underneath the noise. Not a click, not a voice. A soft, childish hum, so faint it could have been the wind through weeds outside. So faint it could have been my brain replaying a tape it didn't want to forget. But it made my spine tighten anyway, because it sounded like a lullaby that didn't belong in an empty house. A lullaby that had learned how to hide. Chapter 4, The House Isn't Vacant, Part 4.3. The tape changed the shape of the case. Before that, everything could still be filed under the usual categories. Kidnapping, unlawful restraint, aggravated assault, maybe worse. Horrible, but familiar in the way a knife wound is familiar to an ER doctor. Something you can name, process, prosecute. But hearing that voice, quiet, intimate, instructional, turned it into something else. It made the whole thing feel practiced, like a method, like a language. After Keller bagged the recorder, Alvarez walked out of the doll room with his shoulders set jaw tight. He didn't speak until we were back in the kitchen, away from the mannequin's glass eyes and the cavity in the wall that felt like a mouth. He called the detective's office, updated someone, then told patrol to keep the property watched until they could secure it again. His voice stayed professional, but I could see the crack under it. The anger that comes when you realize you've been driving past a crime for months without seeing it. I stood near the sink, staring at the counter where the apple slices had been that first night. There were no apple slices now. No animal crackers. Nothing sweet. Nothing that pretended to be for a child. Just stains and clutter and the stale smell of old life. Alvarez glanced at me. "You good to drive back?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. It was automatic. It always is. He nodded like he believed me or like he didn't have the bandwidth to challenge it. "I'll be in touch." We separated outside. He went to his unmarked. I went to my cruiser. The sun had shifted by then, climbing higher, and the neighborhood was fully awake. Kids rode bikes farther down the block. A dog barked behind a fence. A woman carried groceries into her house and glanced at the detective's vehicles with quick, nervous eyes. Normal life orbiting a house with a wall full of teeth. I sat in my cruiser with the door closed and the air conditioning on low, trying to cool my skin down. The steering wheel felt warm under my hands. The normalcy made me uneasy. It felt too clean. My phone buzzed with an incoming call. Dispatch, Mara's number. I stared at it for a second before answering, as if ignoring it could rewind the last few days. Unit 12, I said, voice neutral. There was a pause on the line. Not the usual dispatch busy pause, a personal pause. "Hey," Mara said. The sound of her voice outside the radio system was wrong. Dispatchers live in your ear through static. Hearing her clear, close human made me feel like the walls of work were thinner than I wanted. "Hey," I replied. "You got a minute?" she asked. I looked out at the house again, dark windows reflecting daylight, overgrown yard. The back door now shut again under patrol watch. It looked like a problem you could solve with a lawnmower. "Yeah," I said. "Go ahead." Mara exhaled softly. "I've been thinking about that call." My stomach tightened. I pulled the audio. She continued. The 911 hang-up. The part where we called back. "You can do that?" I asked, though I knew the department kept everything. I shouldn't have, she admitted, not without a request. But I needed to know if I was losing my mind. The phrase landed hard because I'd been asking myself the same question since the footprints. "What did you find?" I asked. Another pause, then quieter. "It wasn't just the clicking." I sat up straighter. "The night of the storm," she said when the line stayed open. "I told you I heard plastic clicking." That part was true, but that wasn't all. My throat went dry. I gripped the steering wheel until my fingers hurt. "Mara," I said, keeping my voice low. "What else was there?" She swallowed. I could hear it in the line, small and intimate. "There was a voice," she said. "A voice like Daniel's." "No," Mara said immediately. "Not like Daniel's. Not like the caller." My pulse began to tick upward like a rising alarm. "It was close," she continued. "Not close to the phone the way someone on speaker is close. Close like someone standing right beside the person holding the phone. Like they leaned in toward the mic, but they weren't speaking to me." I stared at the windshield and felt the inside of my chest turn cold. "What do you mean not speaking to you?" I asked. "I mean..." She hesitated, searching for words. "You know how you can hear when someone talks at the phone? Their voice has that projection. Even if they whisper, it's aimed outward. This wasn't that. This was angled, like a private comment meant for someone in the room." The image snapped into my mind, Daniel in the concrete closet, whispering in a child voice, trying not to be overheard. A man standing just outside the door, close enough to hear the breathing, close enough to correct the rules. Mara went on, and her voice got smaller. "At first I thought it was my imagination. I thought maybe it was feedback or... I don't know. But I played it back. I isolated it. My mouth tasted like metal." "What did it say?" I asked. There was a long silence. I could hear faint movement on her end, like she was shifting in her chair, like she didn't want to sit still while she said it. Then Mara spoke, and her words were almost a whisper. It said, "Good girl." My stomach dropped so hard I felt it in my knees. "Good girl," I repeated because my brain needed to hear it twice to accept it. "Yes," Mara said. A man's voice. Calm. Soft. And then the clicking started again right after. The parking lot outside my building swam slightly as if the light had changed. I blinked hard. "Are you sure?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. Mara's voice sharpened just a little. "I'm not new 12. I know the difference between static and speech. I heard it. I heard it twice. It wasn't for us. It wasn't for the recording system. It was for the caller. For Daniel. A private reward delivered into the mic by accident." "Jesus," I muttered, and the word came out raw. "That's what I said," Mara replied. And for the first time I heard fear in her voice. Not the controlled caution she'd used on the radio. Real fear, the kind that makes you feel stupid for having believed in safe jobs. I stared at my hands on the steering wheel. "Good girl." The phrase didn't fit Daniel's body. Not his age, not his sex, not the fact that he was a father. It didn't fit anything except the rule. Speak small, be small, earn softness, avoid pain. You think he was right there? I said, not quite a question. Mara inhaled, and I could picture her closing her eyes. "That's what it sounds like," she said. Like he was standing close enough to the phone that the microphone picked him up. Close enough to whisper into the caller's ear and let the line catch it. My mind replayed the tape in the doll room, that soft male voice saying, "Speak small," like it was teaching a bedtime routine. the click afterward like a stamp of approval. If Mara had heard "good girl" on the night of the call, then Daniel hadn't escaped alone. He hadn't even been alone when he called 911. He'd been supervised. Why would he let him call, I asked, because my brain kept searching for a logic that didn't make me nauseous. Mara's answer was quiet. Maybe he didn't know. Or maybe he did, I said, and the words felt like poison. Maybe it was part of it. A pause. Mara didn't argue, because she'd thought the same thing. Maybe the point wasn't to stop Daniel from calling. Maybe the point was to see what Daniel would do, to see who came, to watch law enforcement walk into the house like moths and still fail to catch him. Or maybe the point was something worse. Maybe the point was to let Daniel believe he had a chance just long enough to deepen the obedience. Mara cleared her throat, and it sounded like she was trying not to cry or trying not to vomit. "I shouldn't be telling you this," she said. "Officially. I'm glad you did," I replied, and I meant it. Because not knowing would have been easier in the short term and deadly in the long one. Mara exhaled again. "I sent the audio clip to Alvarez," she said, "from my personal email. Don't ask. He'll hate me, but he needs it." "Good," I said. There was another silence. Outside my cruiser, someone started their car. A normal sound, a neighbor leaving for work. Mara spoke again, softer. 12. Listen to me. You need to be careful. I lied automatically. No, she said, and this time she didn't let me off the hook. You were inside that house alone for minutes. You opened that door. You heard his voice. You're connected to it now. I don't know how else to say that without sounding crazy. Connected. The word made my skin prickle because it was exactly what I'd been feeling, like the basement had recorded me, like the blood had held my reflection, like the click had followed me into my car and into a hospital hallway. I'll be careful, I said, and this time I tried to make it true. Mara hesitated, then added the last detail, the one that made the call feel like a hand closing around my throat. When I isolated the audio, she said I could hear the caller breathing. Daniel. He was trying so hard to stay quiet, and right after the man said, "Good girl," the breathing changed. How it slowed, Mara whispered. Like he relaxed, like he'd been rewarded. My mouth went dry. I thought of Daniel whispering, "Okay," as if it was safer than saying anything else. I thought of him flinching at male voices. I thought of him clicking his tongue like a reflex. And I thought of the worst possibility, that the rescue didn't just save him. It interrupted a system that had been running long enough to become a routine. Mara's voice was small now. "I needed you to know," she said, "because if he was right there, if he was close enough to the phone, then he was close enough to leave before you ever got there." "He did," I said, and I heard my own voice tighten. Mara didn't respond, but her silence was agreement. We hung up after that, and I sat in my cruiser longer than I meant to, staring at the bright afternoon outside my windshield. Children's laughter floated from down the block. A dog barked again. The world looked harmless, but my head was full of a whisper I hadn't heard myself, a whisper Mara had caught by accident. Good girl. It wasn't a threat. It was worse than a threat. It was proof of proximity. Proof that while Daniel was calling for help, the man was close enough to praise him, as if the call itself was part of the lesson. I started my cruiser and pulled out of the lot. As I drove, I kept checking my mirrors, not because I expected to see a car following me, but because I couldn't shake the feeling of someone standing just out of view, leaning in close enough that only the microphone would catch them. Close enough to whisper rules into the air. Close enough to teach obedience. Close enough to follow, without being seen. And for the first time since the night of the storm, I understood something with absolute clarity. The most terrifying part of that call wasn't that Daniel had been trapped in a basement. It was that he might never have been alone when he dialed. It was that the person controlling him may have been standing right there in the dark, quiet enough that only a dispatcher listening through static could hear him say it. Chapter 5: The Missing Years. Part 5.1. Before Daniel became a voice in a concrete closet, he was a name in a file. That's how the system holds people. It turns them into case numbers, dates, and bullet points. It makes them manageable. But once you've seen a man whisper hi in a child's voice from a room with no windows, it's hard to let him stay a file. Your brain keeps trying to rebuild him into something human, into someone who once laughed too loud at a barbecue, someone who forgot birthdays, someone who paid bills and complained about traffic and thought monsters lived in movies. 2 weeks after the rescue, Detective Alvarez asked me to sit in on a family meeting. "Just be there," he said. "You were the first one in. They'll want to see the face connected to the call." I didn't want to go. Not because I didn't care, because I didn't know how to be a witness to other people's grief without absorbing it like smoke. But I said yes anyway. The meeting was at the hospital, in a small consultation room off the main corridor, one of those beige windowless spaces with a round table and chairs that squeak when you shift your weight. There was a box of tissues on the table that looked untouched, like it was waiting to become part of the furniture. A social worker sat in the corner with a folder in her lap. A nurse stood by the door. Alvarez leaned against the wall, arms crossed, face set into something calm and official. I took a chair and tried not to look like a uniform in a room where uniforms had probably only ever brought bad news. Daniel's wife arrived first. Her name was Rebecca, and the first thing I noticed was how carefully she carried herself, like her body had learned not to spill emotion in public. She was in her late 30s, hair pulled back, minimal makeup, hands clasped in front of her, as if she was holding herself together. She didn't look like someone coming to a happy reunion. She looked like someone coming to identify a body. Behind her came 3 children. The youngest was carried by a woman I assumed was a family friend, maybe Rebecca's sister, because Rebecca's arms didn't move toward him. The middle child, a boy, stayed close to her hip eyes, darting to my uniform and then away. The oldest, teenage, tall and stiff, walked a step behind jaw-clenched shoulders, squared, like he was trying to be a man because his father had been gone too long. The kid's eyes fixed on my badge for a second, then slid away like he'd already decided he didn't like me. I didn't blame him. Alvarez stepped forward and introduced himself. "Mrs. Carter," he said gently. "Thank you for coming in." Rebecca nodded once. Her eyes were red around the rims, but dry, like she'd cried everything out years ago, and now her body only knew how to ache. "This is Officer Alvarez," gestured to me. Rebecca looked at me, and for a moment, her expression changed, something like wary gratitude trying to surface. Then it folded back into caution. "You're the one who found him," she said. "Yes, ma'am," I replied. The title came out automatically, respectful, distant. I was first on scene. Rebecca swallowed. Is he really here?" The question wasn't disbelief at the hospital. It was disbelief at reality. "He's here," Alvarez said. "He's alive." Rebecca nodded again, as if she was agreeing to a statement rather than accepting it. The social worker spoke softly. "We're going to bring him in. We just want to prepare you that he's been through significant trauma. He may not respond the way you expect." Rebecca's fingers tightened around each other. I don't have expectations," she said quietly. "Not anymore." That sentence hit me harder than it should have. Not anymore. Because it implied a history I hadn't seen yet. A missing person doesn't stay missing forever in a family's mind. At some point, the human brain does what it must to survive. It writes an ending. Alvarez cleared his throat. Before he comes in, there are a few things we need to confirm for the investigation, he said. We need to talk about Daniel, about who he was, where he worked, any conflicts he had. Rebecca stared at the tabletop like it was safer than looking at our faces. Daniel was normal, she said, and the word sounded strange coming from her mouth, like she didn't trust it. He worked at the water treatment plant. Night shifts sometimes. He coached Little League. He fixed things. People called him when their furnace went out or their car wouldn't start. Her voice tightened. He wasn't the kind of man who disappears. The oldest kid, his name was Tyler. I'd learn later, snorted quietly, not with disrespect, but with a sharp, involuntary pain. Rebecca glanced at him, and her expression softened in a tired way. He was a good dad, she said. He was loud. You know, the kind of man who laughed too hard at his own jokes. She swallowed again, and then he didn't come home. Alvarez asked, "When was the last time you spoke to him?" Rebecca's eyes lifted for the first time, and there was something hollow behind them. 2 years ago, she said. He left for work. He kissed me on the forehead, told me he'd pick up milk on the way back. Her mouth twisted slightly, like the memory was both precious and cruel. And then he didn't come back. The middle child, maybe 9 or 10, shifted and pressed his face into Rebecca's side. She put a hand on his shoulder, steadying him automatically. We filed the report, Rebecca continued. The detectives came. They searched. They asked everyone the same questions. Then weeks turned into months. Her voice got thinner, less personal, more rehearsed. This was a story she'd been forced to tell too many times. People brought casseroles, she said. They said they were praying. They posted his picture on Facebook. They set up a GoFundMe. And then, after a while, they stopped calling. I'd seen that pattern before. The community surges at the beginning, noise, attention, sympathy. Then the surge fades and the family is left with the quiet. Rebecca's sister or friend shifted the toddler in her arms. The toddler sucked his thumb and stared at the ceiling. How old was he when Daniel disappeared? Alvarez asked, nodding toward the toddler. Rebecca's gaze flicked to the child, and for a moment her composure cracked. He was a baby, she said. He doesn't remember him. The sentence was simple. It landed like a brick. The oldest kid's jaw clenched harder. Alvarez asked, "Did Daniel have any enemies?" "Any issues at work?" Rebecca shook her head. No. He wasn't that kind of person. He didn't fight. He didn't run around. He didn't cheat. Her voice sharpened briefly, defensive, as if she'd had to defend Daniel's character against rumors. He wasn't involved in drugs. He didn't owe anyone money. She looked down again. He was just gone. The social worker cleared her throat gently. Rebecca, would it help if we talked about what happened after he went missing? About the memorial. Rebecca's shoulders rose slightly, a reflexive bracing. The memorial, she repeated. Her voice went distant. After a year, she said, they told us we had to accept reality. The detectives said the case was still open, but she made a small, helpless gesture. They had nothing. The friend holding the toddler whispered something to the kid, trying to distract him, but the room was too quiet for distraction. Rebecca continued. My pastor said we needed closure. My mother-in-law said we needed to stop living in limbo. Tyler. She glanced at the teen. Tyler started having panic attacks. The little one started wetting the bed. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. Her eyes filled slightly, but still no tears fell. So we did it. We held a memorial. Not a funeral. A memorial. Because there was no body. No body. That phrase always sounds clinical until you imagine planning a service for an empty casket, telling people to bring flowers for a man who might still be breathing somewhere. Rebecca's voice went even quieter. We put his picture on a table with candles. People told stories. They cried. They hugged me. Someone made a slideshow set to a song I can't listen to anymore. She swallowed hard. And afterward, I went home and packed up his clothes. Because that's what you do when the world tells you someone is gone. Her fingers twisted together again. I didn't want to, she whispered. But it felt like if I didn't do it, I'd never stop waiting. Tyler shifted eyes fixed on the floor, his hands clenched. Rebecca's gaze flicked to him again, and her voice cracked just slightly. I buried him in my head, she said. Because I had to. Because if I didn't, I'd go crazy. The social worker nodded slowly. That's a common response, she said gently. It's a form of survival. Rebecca gave a humorless laugh. Survival, she echoed. Yeah. Alvarez looked at his notes. So when we called you and said he'd been found alive? Rebecca's head lifted. Her eyes finally met Alvarez's, and for the first time, the composure broke. Fear flashed there. Not joy. Fear. I thought it was a scam, she admitted. I thought someone was messing with us. Because who calls after 2 years and says that she looked at me again? And then I heard him. The room went still. I hadn't realized they'd let Rebecca hear Daniel before this meeting, but her words made it clear she'd already been exposed to the worst part. Hear him how Alvarez asked. Rebecca's lips trembled. On the phone, she said, they put the nurse on speaker and Daniel said my name. She paused, searching for words that didn't exist. And it was his words, she whispered. It was him. I could hear him trying, but the voice... Her eyes flicked to her kids. The voice sounded like a stranger. The oldest kid's shoulders tensed. He finally spoke, voice sharp with pain. It didn't sound like him. Rebecca flinched as if the words hurt her physically. It didn't, Tyler repeated, and now his eyes lifted bright with anger and grief. Dad doesn't sound like that. Rebecca reached for him instinctively, but Tyler stepped back, caught between wanting comfort and refusing it. The social worker spoke softly. Trauma can, Tyler cut her off. No, he snapped, then immediately looked ashamed. I'm sorry. He swallowed hard. I just want my dad back. Rebecca's face crumpled for a moment and finally a tear slipped down her cheek. She wiped it quickly, angry at it. You don't think I do, she whispered. The room held that question like a fragile object. Then there was a knock at the door. The nurse opened it, and Daniel came in. 2 orderlies helped him walk, but it wasn't because he needed a stretcher. It was because his body moved like it didn't trust itself. His steps were small, careful. His shoulders were slightly hunched. Head lowered, gaze fixed on the floor as if looking up might trigger something. A female nurse walked beside him, a hand lightly on his elbow, guiding without pulling. Daniel leaned toward her subtly, the way a child leans toward a parent in a crowded room. Rebecca stood so fast her chair scraped. Her hands flew to her mouth. For a second, the room felt like it might explode with reunion. But Daniel didn't rush to her. He froze near the doorway, eyes still down, breath shallow. His gaze flicked around the room, once quick, frightened, and landed on the men. On Alvarez. On me. His shoulders rose. His body tightened. The rule wrapped around him like a leash. Rebecca whispered, voice breaking Daniel's head lifted a fraction. His eyes found her face, and for a split second there was recognition. Real recognition, bright and human. His lips parted, and then he spoke. "Becca," he whispered. The name was right, but the voice was small, child small, a stranger's voice wearing her husband's words. Rebecca made a sound that was halfway between a sob and a laugh. She stepped forward, hands out. Daniel flinched, not from her, but from the sudden movement in the room, from the presence of men watching. He shrank back half a step, eyes darting to the nurse as if seeking permission. Rebecca stopped, devastated, her hands dropping. Tyler stared, mouth slightly open, rage and grief colliding behind his eyes. And I understood in that moment what Rebecca had meant. They had already grieved him. They had already buried him in their minds. Now he was back, but he wasn't back the way people dream about. He was back like a man returned from a war no one else had seen. Back with a voice that didn't belong to him anymore. Back with rules wrapped around his throat. And in that small, windowless room under fluorescent lights, with tissues waiting on the table, I felt the cold truth settle in. Finding Daniel alive hadn't ended the story. It had only proved he had survived long enough to carry it home. Chapter 5. The Missing Years. Part 5.2. After the family meeting, the hospital staff asked us to give them space. They said it gently, but the meaning was blunt. Daniel was unraveling in front of his wife and kids, and uniforms weren't helping. Alvarez left to update the case file. I should have gone too. I should have let the professionals handle the human part. But when I walked past Daniel's room later, I saw the female nurse sitting by his bed again, the same one who'd been the only voice he could tolerate. And Daniel's eyes followed her like a compass needle. He saw me in the doorway and didn't flinch the way he flinched at Alvarez. Not because I was safe, because I was familiar. And familiarity for him meant predictable. The nurse glanced at me. "He asked for you," she said quietly. The words made my stomach tighten. Asked for me, like I'd become part of his new rules. I stepped in, slowly keeping my posture low and my voice smaller than it needed to be. "Hey, Daniel," I said. He was sitting up, blanket pulled tight around his shoulders, hands hidden beneath it. His eyes were red-rimmed, but dry. The bruising at the corners of his mouth had faded, but the shape of his face still looked wrong, too hollow, too sharp. His wrists were wrapped, but the bandages couldn't hide the truth. The skin underneath had been thinned by time and friction. In places, it looked almost translucent, like parchment stretched too far. When he spoke, his voice came out small again. "Hi." The nurse leaned back slightly, giving him control of the space. "You can tell him if you want," she encouraged. Daniel's gaze dropped to his blanket. He nodded once, and then he started talking, not in a straight line. Not like a witness statement, but like a mind dumping broken glass into your hands. Fragments. "I don't remember. The first day," he whispered. "I remember light." "What kind of light?" the nurse asked. Daniel's fingers moved under the blanket, twisting fabric. "Basement light," he said. Not warm. White. Too white." His voice tightened. It made shadows. Sharp. I knew what he meant. A single bulb hanging from exposed beams makes corners look like holes. Daniel swallowed. "I remember tape." The nurse nodded. "Duct tape." Daniel nodded too quickly. "Tape," he repeated, like saying the word again made it less real. "Smell. Sticky smell." It got in my nose. In my mouth. His face pinched. He used it like quiet. I didn't ask what he meant. I didn't want to hear it, and I did want to hear it, and those two impulses fought in my chest until it hurt. Daniel kept going. "Timer," he whispered. "Timer," I asked softly. Daniel's eyes flicked up at me for a split second, then down again. Kitchen timer, he said. The twist kind. Tick, tick, tick. His tongue clicked once against his teeth involuntarily. Tuck. He flinched at his own sound. The nurse touched his forearm, gently grounding him. You're doing okay, she said. Daniel's breathing became shallow. Click, he whispered. The word fell out like a confession. What does the click mean? The nurse asked. Daniel's hands tightened under the blanket. For a moment he didn't answer, and I thought he'd shut down. Then he whispered very carefully, as if explaining the rules might make them angry. Green light. Red light, he said. The phrase was so childish it made my skin crawl. When it's fast, Daniel whispered, and his tongue clicked twice quickly to demonstrate. Tick, tick. You stop. You don't move. You don't breathe loud. His eyes went unfocused, staring at something only he could see. He used to stand close, Daniel murmured. If you made sound, he'd do the click fast, like. He clicked again, more rapid now, a jittery burst. Tick, tick, tick. His shoulders rose, his jaw clenched. His body obeyed the memory as if it were present. The nurse lowered her voice further, and when it's slow, Daniel swallowed. His lips trembled. Slow means talk, he whispered. Answer. Like. He hesitated, then said the next part so softly I almost missed it, like a kid. The nurse's eyes closed briefly, just a second, as if she needed to seal her reaction away. Daniel continued, voice shaking. If you talk normal, he'd say it was big, big. That word again. Big voice, Daniel whispered. Big eyes, big body. He said, big is rude. My stomach tightened. It wasn't just volume. It was posture, presence, existence. What happened if you used a big voice? I asked, keeping my tone gentle. Daniel's hands stopped moving beneath the blanket. For a long moment, he didn't answer. Then he pulled the blanket back, slowly exposing his hands. His fingernails were damaged, split, peeled back uneven, as if he'd chewed them or torn them in panic. The skin around his cuticles was raw. His fingers trembled faintly, not from cold, but from the effort of showing them. He lifted his wrists slightly, turning them so we could see the bandages. I fought, he whispered. The nurse's face softened. I know. Daniel's voice stayed small, not like a man, not strong, but I tried. He swallowed hard. It didn't matter. The nurse nodded again, tears brightening her eyes but not falling. You survived. Daniel's mouth tightened. Because I learned, he whispered. His tongue clicked once. Slow, deliberate. Tuck. Slow click means answer, he said, as if he had to remind himself. Fast click means disappear. He stared at his own hands like they belonged to a stranger. My eyes drifted to his mouth. His lips were cracked, but the bruises were fading. Still, when he spoke, the corners of his mouth pulled oddly, and I realized why. His teeth. One of his front teeth was chipped. Not dramatically broken, just a sharp edge missing that made his smile look wrong. Another tooth, one of the lower ones, looked slightly darker, like it had been hit. He caught me looking and turned his face away, quickly ashamed. Like damage was something he'd earned. The nurse asked Daniel, "Did he ever call you by your name?" Daniel's shoulders rose slightly. He hesitated. Then he whispered with a strange flatness, "No." The nurse repeated. Daniel shook his head. He didn't like names, he said. Names make you real. My throat tightened. So what did he call you? Daniel's lips parted, and for a moment his child voice dropped into something older, something rawer before snapping back up again. Kid, he whispered. The word hit the room like a slap. Not boy, not buddy, not even something overtly cruel. Just kid, a label, a role, a category. a way to keep Daniel from being Daniel. The nurse's voice trembled slightly. Why did he call you that? Daniel's eyes flicked to the doorway as if he expected someone to be listening. Because Kid listens, he whispered. Kid does what he's told. His hands retreated under the blanket again, hiding. He huddled, smaller shoulders curving forward. The nurse leaned in. Daniel, you're safe, she said gently. He's not here. Daniel's eyes stayed down. He whispered, he's always here. The words chilled me in a way the basement never could. I tried to keep my voice steady. Daniel. Do you remember anything about him? His face, his name? Daniel shook his head violently. The movement looked too big, and he immediately froze as if he'd broken a rule. No, he whispered. He didn't let me look. If I looked, click fast. Tuk, tuk, tuk. His breathing caught. The nurse touched his arm again. It's okay. You're in a safe room. You can breathe. Daniel inhaled shallowly, then exhaled slowly, eyes still fixed on the blanket. After a moment, he whispered, I remember. His shoes. His shoes, I asked. Daniel nodded faintly. He walked soft, but his shoes squeak sometimes. Rubber squeak. The detail felt heartbreakingly human trauma clinging to the smallest sensory hooks. Daniel continued. He smelled like soap. Too much soap. His face twisted. Clean. He liked clean. Clean. Like the doll room. Like folded clothes by color. Like a routine. The nurse asked, Did he ever hurt you with tools? Daniel flinched. His fingers tightened beneath the blanket. He didn't answer directly. Instead, he whispered, He had a timer. My stomach dropped. And tape, Daniel added, as if those two items explained everything. The nurse swallowed. Daniel, we don't have to go into details. Daniel's voice came out even smaller. He said details are big, he whispered. He said big makes trouble. The rule reached into language itself. The nurse nodded, accepting what she could. Okay, she said softly. Then tell us what you can in your way. Daniel took a shallow breath and spoke in fragments again, like he was reading from a damaged script. Basement. Cold. Chair. Sometimes. Bucket. Click. Timer. Tape. Quiet. Each word fell like a stone. When he paused, I noticed something else, his posture. Even in a hospital bed, he didn't sit tall. He kept himself compressed, shoulders forward, chin slightly down, as if straightening would invite punishment. And every time a deep male voice passed in the hallway outside an orderly, a doctor, someone laughing, Daniel's body reacted. His shoulders rose. His eyes dropped harder. His voice thinned further. Reflex, conditioning. I thought about what the psychiatrist had said: a cue alone can produce behavior even without the enforcer present. In Daniel's case, the cue wasn't just clicking. The cue was men. The cue was volume. The cue was being noticed. The nurse asked him softly, Daniel, do you remember the day you called 911? His eyes flicked up, then down. He nodded faintly. I used phone, he whispered. He left it. I used Siri. The word Siri sounded strange in his child voice, like a toy brand. Were you alone? I asked, and my voice came out too sharp with urgency. Daniel's whole body stiffened. The nurse shot me a look, careful warning. I softened my tone immediately. It's okay, I said. Just, were you alone when you called? Daniel swallowed hard. He whispered, no. The room seemed to shrink. My heart started to thump faster. He was there, I asked. Daniel's lips trembled. His voice dropped to almost nothing. He was close, he whispered. He said. Daniel's eyes squeezed shut. Good. My stomach turned. Good what? The nurse asked, voice barely audible. Daniel's tongue clicked once, slow, controlled. Then he whispered the words like he was confessing to a sin. Good girl. The nurse's face tightened. So Mara had been telling the truth. The phrase wasn't just a sound leak on a call. It was part of the routine, part of the reward. Daniel's breathing changed shallow and fast, as if saying it out loud had reactivated the rule. The nurse leaned in, voice soothing. Daniel, you're safe. Daniel shook his head once tiny. Safe is... When click stops, he whispered. And then he did something that made my blood run cold. He clicked his tongue slow and deliberate, like he was trying to summon the correct rhythm. Tuck. A pause, tuck. As if he believed that if he produced the right sound, the room would obey. The nurse gently took his hand through the blanket, grounding him. No click here, she whispered. No rules here. Daniel's eyes stayed down, but his lips moved in a silent rehearsal, and I could tell he was still listening for a sound that wasn't present, a toy that wasn't in the room, a metronome that had lived in his body for 2 years. When I left the hospital later, walking down that bright corridor, I caught myself doing something I hadn't done before. I lowered my voice without thinking, not because anyone told me to, because some part of me, some primitive, frightened part, had learned Daniel's rule by proximity. Speak small, so you don't make him mad. Chapter 5. The Missing Years, Part 5.3. The detectives called me in on a Tuesday afternoon, not to thank me, not to update me in the casual way cases usually do when you're no longer the one kicking doors. This was different. The voicemail Alvarez left sounded clipped professional in the way people get when they're trying not to transmit panic through their words. Come by the office, he said. We need to go over some evidence. He didn't say urgent. He didn't have to. When I walked into the detective's suite at headquarters, the air felt stale and over-processed. Coffee, copier toner, old carpet sweat, trapped in uniform collars. Alvarez's door was half open. I could hear muffled voices inside. I knocked. Come in, Alvarez called. He was sitting behind his desk with a file open in front of him and a laptop angled toward his right. Keller, the crime scene tech, stood near a corkboard with photos pinned in neat rows. The photos were all stills from the house, the chair, the blood, the cavity behind the wall, the jar of teeth, the broken bunny toy in an evidence bag like a dead thing wrapped in plastic. Keller's expression was even flatter than usual. Alvarez didn't offer me a seat. That should have been my first clue. You remember the toy, he said, nodding toward one of the photos. The bunny, I said. He clicked his pen once. The sound made something in my neck tighten. We ran DNA, Alvarez said. Blood on the basement window, smears on the broken glass. The wallet and ID we recovered, the tape, the zip ties. He paused, watching my face the way detectives do when they want to see what lands. And the bunny, he added. Keller crossed her arms. The bunny had trace on it, she said. Skin cells, sweat, partial blood. From the suspect, I asked. Alvarez's eyes didn't blink. That's what we thought. My stomach tightened. Keller stepped closer to the desk and slid a printout toward me. It was a lab report, rows of numbers, allele markers, statistical language. The kind of page that looks like nothing until you know what it means. Here, Keller said, tapping a section with her gloved finger, as if gloves were a habit she couldn't drop. This profile matches the blood on the window. That's consistent with the suspect cutting himself when he exited. I scanned the printout. I didn't understand every marker, but I understood the important phrases, partial profile obtained, consistent with single contributor, CODIS search pending. Alvarez leaned forward slightly. That part makes sense, he said. But the bunny? He nodded to Keller. Keller tapped another portion of the report. The bunny has mixed DNA, she said. Multiple contributors. One matches the suspect profile. One matches Daniel. I blinked. Daniel touched it. Keller shrugged. Could have. Could have been forced to. Could have been in the same environment. Not shocking. Alvarez's jaw tightened. There's another contributor. I looked up. Another person. Keller's gaze slid to mine, and for the first time her neutral mask cracked into something almost uncomfortable. Yeah, she said. Another person. Alvarez didn't speak for a moment. He let the silence do the work. Then he said, "It matches you." The words didn't register correctly at first. My brain tried to interpret them as something else. Matches me, I repeated stupidly. Keller nodded once. Your DNA is on the bunny. I stared at the report, at the sterile ink, and felt my skin go cold. That's impossible, I said. Alvarez's eyes stayed on me. Is it yes? I snapped harsher than I meant to. I never touched it. I never, Keller interrupted. We don't need a confession. We need an explanation. My mouth went dry. I didn't touch it, I said again, slower, forcing my voice steady. I saw it on the workbench. Then it was at the stairs. I didn't pick it up. Alvarez's pen clicked again. Body cam doesn't show you picking it up, he admitted, but DNA doesn't appear by magic. My pulse hammered. Cross-contamination, I said. Evidence handling, techs, gloves. Keller's expression sharpened, offended. We controlled the chain of custody, she said. The bunny was bagged separately, gloves changed, tools cleaned. This isn't sloppy work. Alvarez held up a hand to calm her, then looked back at me. We swabbed your hands after the scene, he said. Standard. Your profile wasn't on anything else. Just the bunny. My throat tightened. So what are you saying? Alvarez didn't answer immediately. He turned the laptop toward me. On the screen was another report, fingerprints this time. A chart of ridge detail, a comparison photograph. Lines and whorls. Keller said, we also ran prints from the latch. My stomach dropped. The latch, I echoed. On the basement door, Alvarez nodded. The exterior latch on the concrete room. We dusted it. We lifted a partial. We ran it. He watched my face again, as if he could read the truth off it like ink. And it hit, he said. Keller's voice went flat clinical. It matches your right thumb. For a second, the room seemed to tilt. My ears rang. I could hear the hum of fluorescent lights overhead, the muffled voices in the hall outside, the distant clack of someone's keyboard. All of it felt unreal. I started, then stopped, because there was no sentence that made sense. Alvarez spoke calmly, like he was talking down a drunk driver. We know you opened the latch the night of the storm, he said. So yes, your print being on it could be explained. My lungs loosened slightly. Right, I said. That's what happened. I opened it. Keller shook her head once. Not that print, she said. She pointed to the report. We recovered multiple impressions. One is fresh, consistent with your contact that night. But another is older, embedded in grime, partially degraded, like it's been there a while. My mouth went dry again. Alvarez finished the sentence for her. We ran the degraded impression, and it still aligns with you. The room felt too bright. I stared at the fingerprint chart, my vision narrowing as if my body was trying to protect itself from information it couldn't digest. That's impossible, I whispered. Alvarez leaned back. Is it, he repeated? But this time his tone was different, not accusatory, not suspicious. Almost cautious. Keller said, we pulled the property records. We checked your calls for service history. We checked CAD logs. Alvarez added, We checked everything that could tell us you'd been to that address before. I felt a weird, desperate relief, and Alvarez's eyes didn't soften. And you haven't, he said. Not officially. Not officially. The phrase landed like a knife turned sideways. Keller continued. Your unit wasn't assigned to that street. You didn't write reports there. No body cam logs. No GPS pings. Alvarez's voice dropped. But your print is there like you've touched that latch before. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. I started. Keller cut in practical. You could have been there off duty, as a civilian, before you became a cop. I didn't, I said too quickly. Alvarez's eyes narrowed slightly, not because he didn't believe me, but because my response was too immediate, too emotional. I didn't, I repeated slower. I swear to you, I've never been in that house before the storm night. Alvarez held my gaze for a long moment. Then he said quietly, Okay, then we have a problem. What problem, I asked, though my stomach already knew. Alvarez looked down at the folder, then back up. Either the evidence is wrong, he said, or your memory is. My hands went cold. Evidence can be wrong, I said, clinging to the idea like a railing. Lab errors, misinterpretation, chain of custody mistakes. Keller's expression sharpened again. This isn't a smudged signature, she said. We ran it twice. Different techs. Same result. Alvarez spoke softly now. We also pulled something else, he said. He clicked his mouse and brought up a timeline view from our CAD system, call logs, dispatch notes, unit assignments. It was a clean list of dates and times. He scrolled. 2 months ago, he said there was a welfare check request at that address. My stomach tightened. 2 months ago, Alvarez nodded. Call came in as possible trespasser. No entry. Officer made contact at door cleared. Reported house vacant. Nothing further. He pointed at the screen. The responding unit number was mine. Unit 12. I stared at it until the digits blurred. That's not possible, I whispered, but it sounded weak, like a child arguing with an adult. Keller said, the system says you were there. Alvarez said the report says you were there. I shook my head slowly. No, I said. I would remember. Would you, Alvarez asked, and his voice held something like pity. The question opened a hollow space in my chest. Because if I couldn't trust my memory about being at that house, what else couldn't I trust? I felt heat crawl up my neck. I wasn't there, I insisted. I didn't go. That someone typed the wrong unit, a clerical error. Alvarez stared at the screen. Could be, he said. Keller didn't look convinced. Then why is your older print on the latch? The room went silent again. My mouth opened, but no words came out. My mind ran in circles trying to find a normal explanation that would stitch these facts into something sane. There was none. Alvarez closed the folder slowly, like he was putting a lid on something that might jump out. I'm not accusing you, he said. You should be, I snapped, then immediately regretted it. Alvarez's tone stayed calm. I'm telling you what the case is telling us, he said. And the case is bending. Bending, that was the right word. It felt like time itself was warping around that house, around that latch, around that toy. Keller gathered the reports and slid them back into the folder. We're keeping this contained, she said, for now. But if IA catches wind, Alvarez lifted a hand, cutting her off. They won't, he said. Then he looked at me and his eyes were steady, hard, tired. Go home, he said. Get some sleep and watch yourself. It wasn't advice, it was warning. I left the detective's suite feeling like the building's hallways had changed shape, like the fluorescent lights were too bright, like every sound was too sharp. I drove home in a haze, checking my mirrors too often, not because I expected a car behind me, but because I expected a gap in my memory to catch up and swallow me. At my apartment, the parking lot looked normal, cars lined up, people carrying groceries, kids shouting in the distance. Sodium lights weren't on yet. It was still late afternoon. The world was sunlit and indifferent. I went inside and locked the door. Then I did something I'd never done before in my own home. I walked through each room with my flashlight. Kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, closet. I checked behind the shower curtain like I was clearing a scene. I checked under the bed, even though I hated myself for it. I opened the pantry and stared at the darkness inside like it might blink back. Nothing. My apartment smelled like laundry detergent and stale coffee. Safe smells. I told myself Alvarez was right. Evidence can bend, but brains also bend under stress. I'd been on nights too long. I hadn't slept. I'd seen too much blood. That was all. That was the story I tried to hold. I made food I didn't taste. I sat on my couch without turning on the TV because I didn't want noise. I watched the daylight fade through my blinds, turning the room from pale gray to amber to shadow. As evening arrived, my building settled into its usual sounds, neighbors' doors, closing, distant laughter, a dog barking twice and stopping. I started to feel almost normal. Almost. Then I heard it. Not loud, not dramatic. Just a small sound from somewhere inside my apartment, so faint I thought at first it was my refrigerator cycling on. Click. My entire body locked. I didn't breathe. The silence after it felt like a held inhale. Then again, click. Soft. Plastic. Deliberate. My mouth went dry. I stood slowly, every muscle tight, and turned my head toward the sound. It had come from the hallway, from the direction of my bedroom. There were no toys in my apartment, no children, no reason for plastic to click. My hands trembled slightly as I picked up my flashlight from the coffee table, the same one I'd used to search the house. It felt heavier now, like it carried the weight of every place it had illuminated. I stepped into the hallway. The light beam stretched ahead, white and narrow, cutting through the dimness. Nothing moved. No shadow shifted. The bedroom door was half open just as I'd left it. A black slit of darkness inside. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. I took one step closer, and the sound came again, closer this time, as if it had been waiting for me to approach. Click. Not from the bedroom, from behind me, right at my shoulder. I spun so fast the flashlight beam smeared across the wall. The hallway was empty. But the air felt different, colder for a second, as if something had leaned in close enough to breathe, then pulled back. I stood there in my own apartment, heart hammering, flashlight shaking in my hand, and understood with a sick clarity. The case wasn't just turning evidence against me. It was turning time against me. It was trying to rewrite my relationship to that house, to that latch, to that sound, like it had always belonged to me, like I'd always been part of the rules. And now it was close enough to remind me, gently, that it could click anywhere it wanted. Chapter 6. The Rules Follow You Home. Part 6.1. After the first click in my hallway, I did what any sane person would do. I pretended it didn't happen. That sounds pathetic when you say it out loud, but it's true. There's a point where the mind chooses denial not because it's comforting, but because acknowledging the alternative would fracture your life. If I admitted that the sound was real, if I admitted that a plastic click could appear inside my apartment with no source, then I had to admit that the world was no longer behaving by rules I understood. And if the world isn't behaving by rules, you can't do your job. You can't sleep. You can't trust your own hands. So I normalized. I made routines as tight as handcuffs. I woke up, drank coffee, went to work, wrote reports, answered calls, drove my routes. I told myself the prints in my cruiser were moisture and paranoia. I told myself the lab reports were errors. I told myself the click in my hallway was my refrigerator. My building settling a pipe, anything that could be fixed with a wrench and a receipt. Normal life helps you lie to yourself because normal life is loud. My apartment complex was a beige maze of identical doors and identical balconies built in the late 90s when developers realized you could pack people into boxes as long as you gave them a pool and a small gym. The landscaping was always trying too hard. Mulch beds lined with rocks, bushes trimmed into shapes that looked like they'd been measured with a ruler. There was a mailroom near the leasing office with little metal boxes and a package shelf that was always overflowing with Amazon deliveries. There was a laundry room in each building that smelled like warm fabric softener and coins the dryers rumbling late into the night with people's lives spinning inside. Every evening after shift, I walked the same path past the dumpsters with the lids slamming in the wind, past the pool gate with its keypad, past the mailroom, where someone always left junk mail on top of the boxes like an offering. I nodded at neighbors whose names I didn't know. I heard the same sounds: a dog barking through a sliding door, a couple arguing in muffled voices, someone's TV playing a game show too loud, and the ice machine. My building had one of those old ice machines tucked near the office, the kind meant for the pool. It made ice in slow mechanical batches, then dumped it with a loud clatter that echoed off the concrete walls. At first I hated that sound. Later I relied on it, because it was predictable, because it drowned out the quiet. I tried to bury myself in the predictability. I started checking the locks twice before bed. I started leaving a nightlight on in the hallway because darkness had begun to feel like an invitation. I started keeping my flashlight on the coffee table like it was a remote control. And I started noticing a pattern I couldn't explain away. Rain nights were worse. Not storms, just rain. The gentle kind that should have been soothing. The soft tapping that makes people sleep deeper. On those nights, my apartment complex sounded different. The gutters gurgled. The pavement gleamed under the sodium lights like wet skin. Footsteps carried farther. Doors closing sounded sharper. And I would hear it. Sometimes in my head. Sometimes in the world. Click, not always. Not every rain. But enough that my body began to anticipate it the way it anticipates thunder. A trigger, the psychiatrist had called it. A cue alone can produce behavior. Mine was starting to. On dry nights, I could almost breathe normally again. On wet nights, my voice got quieter without my permission. I found myself moving softer in my own apartment, like sound itself might be punished. I hated that. I hated what it said about me. But hate didn't change the behavior. The first time I noticed the car door, it was a Thursday. A light rain had started around dusk, just enough to make the air smell like wet leaves and asphalt. My shift ended late, paperwork dragging because a domestic call had turned messy, the kind where everyone cries and nobody tells the truth. By the time I drove back to the complex, it was close to midnight. The lot was mostly full, the spaces tight, the whole place lit in that orange sodium glow that makes everything look slightly diseased. I parked in my usual spot and sat for a moment with the engine off, listening. The rain ticked softly on the roof. Somewhere nearby, the ice machine dumped a batch with its familiar clatter, loud enough to make me flinch, even though I'd been expecting it. I told myself the flinch was normal. I told myself that a man who'd spent his week listening to people scream had a right to startle at anything. I got out and walked toward my building. The walkway lights reflected in puddles. Water ran down the curb in thin streams. The air felt cold and clean compared to the smell of the station. Halfway to the stairs, I looked back at my cruiser. Not because I heard anything, because my body kept making me check. The cruiser sat under the lamp with rain beating on the hood. The interior was dark, normal. I turned away. Then something caught my eye. A sliver of light, faint thin where no light should be. My steps slowed. I looked again. The passenger side door was slightly ajar, not wide open, not enough for an alarm to scream, just cracked by a few inches, as if someone had opened it and changed their mind, as if they'd been interrupted. For a second, I couldn't move. My throat tightened the same way it had tightened in front of the house's open door on the storm night, because the shape was the same. That thin black line of an entry point. I felt a cold wash of adrenaline. My hand moved toward my weapon on reflex, then stopped. I wasn't on duty. I wasn't in a scene. I was in my own parking lot in a supposedly safe apartment complex where people left strollers on balconies and holiday wreaths on doors. I approached slowly anyway. The rain made the world quieter, muffled. My boots made soft, wet sounds on the pavement. The sodium light above my cruiser buzzed faintly, the bulb inside casting a sick orange halo. As I got closer, the smell hit me. Not strong, not obvious, but there was a faint mineral dampness like wet concrete, basement air. It made my stomach turn. I stopped a few feet from the door and listened. No movement inside the car, no breathing, no rustle, just rain and distant traffic. My flashlight was in my pocket. I pulled it out and clicked it on. The beam cut across the passenger seat, the dashboard, the glove box. Empty. I shifted the light lower toward the footwell. Nothing. Then I lowered it farther to the wet pavement beneath the open door, and my breath caught so hard it hurt. Footprints. Two small wet prints close together, as if someone with short steps had stood there and shifted their weight. They were child-sized. Too small for an adult. Too small for my boots. The toes were faint ovals pressed into the wet surface, the heel rounded the arch, barely visible. And beside them, pressed deeper into the wet pavement, darker, heavier, was a bare footprint. Adult-sized. Toes splayed slightly. The print looked fresh, the edges still glossy in the sodium light. It wasn't a step passing through. It was a stance, a weight planted. As if someone had stood there a long moment with the rain falling around them, close enough to open my passenger door and lean inside. My pulse hammered. The world narrowed to the prints and the crack of the door and the soft rain. I forced myself to sweep the lot with my flashlight. Cars sat silent. Apartment windows glowed with TVs and bedside lamps. A couple walked a dog in the distance, their umbrellas bobbing. The dog sniffed the grass, oblivious. No one was near me, no one was barefoot in the rain. I crouched slightly, staring at the prints like they were a message. A child's prints and an adult bear print. Together, like a pairing, like a rule. I straightened slowly, my back prickling with the sensation of being observed. I shined my light into the passenger seat again. The seat was empty, but the fabric looked disturbed, not torn, not damaged, just slightly wrinkled, as if something had leaned against it. My flashlight beam moved to the floor mat. There was a faint dampness there, no distinct print this time, just an area darkened by moisture. And the smell, the faint, wet concrete smell, seemed stronger when I leaned closer. My throat tightened. I didn't close the door right away. That's another embarrassing truth. I stood there with my hand hovering near the handle, frozen by the irrational fear that closing it would be the moment something happened. Like the act of sealing the door would trigger the click, like it would set the rule into motion. I told myself to stop being stupid. I told myself it was probably a neighbor's kid messing around, though no kid should be barefoot in the rain at midnight. I told myself someone might have tried to break into the car and gotten spooked. I told myself the prints were from someone else, and I was overlaying meaning on them. But as I stood there, the rain tapping softly on my cruiser roof, I couldn't stop hearing Mara's voice in my head. "Good girl." And Daniel's whisper, "He knows where you park." My hand finally closed around the passenger door handle. The metal was cold, wet. I pulled it shut. The latch clicked into place. The sound was normal, just a car door closing. But my body reacted like it wasn't. My shoulders rose, my breath caught, my voice stayed trapped in my throat. Because in that small mechanical click, I heard the echo of a different click, plastic, deliberate, patient, a metronome for rules. I stood in the rain for a long moment after staring at my cruiser like it had become another basement door. Then I turned and walked toward my building, forcing my legs to move, forcing my posture tall, even though every instinct wanted me smaller. Inside, the hallway smelled like carpet cleaner and someone's cooking. The lights were bright, safe. But I kept my voice down anyway when I said hello to the neighbor passing me with a laundry basket. And when I reached my apartment door, my hand hesitated on the knob, because for one sick moment, I imagined opening it and finding a thin black slit of darkness inside, like the house, like the cruiser, like an invitation. I went in anyway. I locked the door behind me, and I listened for the click. Chapter 6. The Rules Follow You Home, Part 6.2. After the night I found the footprints under my passenger door, I stopped telling myself it was coincidence. I didn't say the words out loud, "This is happening," because saying them would make them heavier. But the lie I'd been living on cracked. The world was leaving me messages, evidence, a trail, and the worst part was how quickly my body adapted. Not in a heroic way, not in a resilient way, in a submissive way. I started moving through my own life like the air had ears. I kept my voice lower when I spoke to neighbors. I found myself minimizing my footsteps in my apartment hallway, even though there was no reason. I started standing with my shoulders slightly rounded, chin tucked, like I was making myself smaller without realizing it. I would catch my reflection in the mirror above my bathroom sink and see it, my posture folded in on itself, the way Daniel's had been in that hospital bed. And then I'd straighten angry. But the next day, I'd fold again. It wasn't one big moment. It was a slow rewrite. The first time the bunny came back, it was in my trash. I'd taken out garbage after dinner, plastic containers, empty coffee cups, junk mail. I'd tied the bag and thrown it into the dumpster in the alley behind my building. The dumpster lids were heavy metal, loud when they slammed. I'd made sure the lid shut completely, because that's what you do in a complex with raccoons and stray cats and neighbors who complain. The next morning, I opened my kitchen trash can to throw away a banana peel and froze. Sitting on top of the bag I'd just put in there was the plastic bunny. The same size, the same cheap sensory toy shape. But it was worse than the one I'd seen in the basement. Its head was more cracked now, the seams split wider. The tape that had held it together before was gone, replaced by a dirty strip of something else, electrical tape, maybe slick and black. One ear was nearly torn off, hanging by a thin flap of plastic. It sat upright in my trash can, like it had been placed there deliberately, like a gift, like a joke. I stared at it for too long, my brain trying to build a ladder back to rationality. Maybe Keller had mishandled evidence, and it somehow ended up with me. Impossible. Maybe some sick kid had heard rumors about the case and thought it was funny. How would they know what the toy looked like? How would they get into my apartment? Maybe I'd bought one once and forgotten. No, I didn't have kids. I didn't own toys. I didn't keep anything in my home that clicked. I grabbed a plastic grocery bag, used it like a glove, and picked the bunny up by its broken ear. The plastic was cold and slightly tacky, like it had been in damp air. When I lifted it, a tiny sound came from inside. Not a click. Not yet. A faint rattle like a loose spring shifting. I felt bile rise in my throat. I didn't throw it back in the trash can. I didn't want it inside my apartment for one more second. I walked it out to the dumpster and threw it hard enough that it bounced off the inside wall with a hollow clack. Then I slammed the lid down. The metal echoed through the alley. It felt like a statement. It felt like defiance. That night, I checked the dumpster from my balcony like an idiot. The lid stayed shut. The alley stayed empty. I went to bed angry at myself for believing in a plastic toy's power. 2 days later, I found it again, in my cruiser. I'd been on shift running routine calls, trying to keep my brain busy with normal work. I didn't talk about the bunny or the footprints to anyone because there are certain things you can't say out loud in a police department without changing how people look at you. I came out of the station at 3 a.m. after finishing a report and walked to my cruiser in the lot behind the building. The air was cold. The sky was clear. No rain. Just the hard quiet of early morning. I unlocked the driver's door and got in. The interior smelled like vinyl and coffee and the faint, stale scent of my own sweat. As I adjusted the MDT screen, something in the rearview mirror caught my eye. A shape in the back seat. My stomach dropped. I twisted around and shined my flashlight back. There it was. The bunny sat on the rear bench like a passenger waiting to be acknowledged. Upright, facing forward, one ear torn, head cracked wider, smudged with grime like it had been dragged through something dirty. I stared at it, heart hammering, and for the first time something like panic clawed at my throat. Because this wasn't my apartment. This was department property. This was supposed to be controlled. I hadn't left my cruiser unlocked. I hadn't left my cruiser unattended in a place where someone could climb in unnoticed. And yet the bunny was here in the back seat, as if it belonged. My fingers tightened around the flashlight until my knuckles hurt. I looked around the lot. Empty, security lights humming. A camera on the building's corner blinking red. No one nearby. I reached back, hesitated, then grabbed the bunny with a glove from my patrol bag. My skin crawled at the thought of my bare fingers touching it again. I held it at arm's length and shoved it into a paper evidence bag. The irony made me sick. Then I drove it straight to a dumpster behind a closed grocery store and threw it in bag and all. I watched it disappear into the dark pit like a body being disposed of. I stood there a long moment, breathing hard, waiting for the world to give me a reason. Nothing happened. No click. No whisper. Just cold air and my own breath. I got back into my cruiser and sat for a full minute with my hands on the wheel, forcing my shoulders down. You're not going to let a toy own you, I told myself. The next morning it showed up again. Not in my apartment. Not in my cruiser, in my glove box. I opened it to grab a pen and felt my stomach drop into my shoes. The bunny lay inside like it had always been there, wedged against the registration papers and spare batteries. It was dirtier now. The plastic was scratched. The crack in the head had spread into a jagged smile. One of the eyes, painted black dots, had been gouged away, leaving a raw white patch that made it look blind. My mouth went dry. I slammed the glove box shut so hard it rattled. In the silence of my cruiser, I could hear my own breathing. And then faintly, I heard something else. A soft, internal movement from the glove box. A spring shifting, like the toy had settled. I didn't open it again. I drove back to the station and marched straight to the evidence room. I didn't check it in. I didn't want paperwork. I didn't want chain of custody. I didn't want anyone else to see it and start asking questions that would circle back to me. I walked past the evidence counter out the rear door and tossed the bunny into the station's industrial trash compactor, the kind that crushes everything into a dense cube. I watched the machine swallow the toy, the metal door shut, the motor whined, the compactor groaned with force. For a moment I felt relief, a hard, clean relief. Then the compactor stopped. The station returned to its normal hum. I went back inside, hands shaking slightly, and said nothing. That night, while writing another report, I caught myself whispering. Not because I wanted to be quiet in the squad room, because my voice had simply lowered, naturally, automatically. I didn't notice until another officer glanced at me and said, "You okay? You sound like you've got laryngitis." I cleared my throat and forced my voice louder. "I'm fine," I said. The words sounded wrong, too big, too exposed. I hated that feeling. I started standing differently, too. It happened in tiny increments. While talking to people on calls, I'd lean forward slightly, shoulders rounded, gaze angled down, subtle body language meant to appear non-threatening. But it wasn't just tactics. It was the rule creeping into me. Don't stand tall. Don't look big. Don't make him mad. A week passed, then another. The bunny didn't appear for a few days after the compactor, and I started to hope quietly, stupidly, that I'd won. Then I came home one evening after shift and found my bathroom door cracked open, a thin black line. My stomach tightened. I knew I'd shut it. I always shut it. Habit. I stood in my hallway with my keys still in my hand, listening. Nothing. No movement. No running water. No fan. Just my refrigerator humming and the distant thump of someone's bass through the wall. I forced myself forward and pushed the bathroom door open. The room was dark. I reached for the switch and flipped it. The light snapped on, and I saw it. On the mirror above the sink, fogged slightly, as if someone had been breathing near it, were wet handprints. Small, child-sized. 2 palms pressed, flat fingers splayed with faint drip lines running down from the fingertips. They were too low on the mirror to be mine. Too low for any adult standing upright. At first, my brain tried to interpret it as condensation, as steam from a shower. But the sink was dry. The tub was dry. The room smelled like nothing but toothpaste and soap. And the prints weren't smeared like a child had been playing. They were clean impressions, as if small hands had pressed and held. As if a child had leaned in close to look at themselves or to look through the mirror at someone else. My throat locked. My breath came shallow. I stood very still, staring at the wet hands on the glass, and a sound came to me from somewhere in the apartment. Not loud, not dramatic, just a soft plastic noise, delicate as a fingernail tapping a table. Click. I didn't move. I didn't blink. The click came again farther away, as if it was traveling. Click. And then from the hallway behind me, the faintest whisper, so quiet, I wasn't sure it was real until my skin reacted. Good. My heart slammed against my ribs. I spun flashlight already in my hand, without remembering picking it up, and aimed it down the hall. Empty. My apartment looked normal: living room, couch, coffee table, the small plant by the window. Nothing moved. No shadow shifted. But the air felt wrong, colder by a degree, like someone had opened a basement door somewhere inside my walls. I turned back to the bathroom mirror. The small, wet handprints were still there, glistening in the harsh light. Below them, at the edge of the sink, sat a small object. I hadn't seen it at first because my eyes had locked on the mirror. But now my gaze dropped, and my stomach twisted hard. The bunny. It sat on the porcelain like a disgusting little mascot, crushed and cracked, its head split so wide the internal spring was visible. Black grime smeared the plastic. One ear was gone entirely. The other hung in a ragged strip. It looked like it had been through the compactor and come back anyway. It looked like it had been punished and returned as proof. My hands shook. I backed out of the bathroom without taking my eyes off it, like it might move if I looked away. In the hallway, my voice came out without permission, thin, small. "No," I whispered. The word sounded ridiculous in my empty apartment, but it was all I had. I closed the bathroom door slowly, not slammed, not loud, slow, controlled, obedient. And the sickest part, the part that made me hate myself afterward, was the realization that I'd closed it that way because some part of me believed the rule. Because some part of me believed that if I made it a big action, if I shouted, if I slammed, if I acted like a man who owned his space, something would get mad. So I spoke small. I moved small. And I stood in my hallway, listening to my own quiet breathing, waiting for the next click to tell me what I was allowed to do. Chapter 6. The Rules Follow You Home. Part 6.3. The morning after I found the wet handprints on my bathroom mirror, I went to work like nothing had happened. That's another lie cops tell themselves. If you keep moving, the world can't catch you. I shaved, put on my uniform, drank coffee I barely tasted. I stood in my bathroom with the light on and forced myself to look at the mirror until my eyes stopped flinching. I wiped the handprints away with disinfectant until the glass squeaked and my fingertips stung. The bunny was gone. Not because it had moved, not because it had vanished in a puff of supernatural smoke, because I'd taken it in a grocery bag and driven it to a landfill on the far edge of the county and thrown it into a mound of trash so big it looked like a hill. I watched a bulldozer crush garbage like a slow animal and told myself that nothing comes back from a place like that. I told myself that. Then I drove to the station and tried to act like a man who hadn't spent the night whispering no at an empty hallway. Around noon, Alvarez called me. I saw his name on my phone and felt my stomach tighten before I even answered. "Yeah," I said. His voice was flat, too flat. "You need to get to the hospital," he said. My grip tightened on the phone. What happened? A pause, like he was choosing whether to soften it. "Daniel's gone." The words didn't land right at first. My brain tried to interpret them as discharged, as transferred, as went home. Gone how I asked. Walked out, Alvarez said. Or was taken. We don't know yet. But he's not in his room and nobody signed him out. My mouth went dry when overnight, somewhere between 200 and 300 a.m. Of course it was. The hour the case had started. The hour the storm had screamed. The hour Daniel's voice had whispered into a phone while someone stood close enough to praise him. "What the hell?" I muttered. "Get here," Alvarez said. "Now." I didn't ask permission from my supervisor. I told him I had to assist detectives on an active case and left. My hands shook slightly on the steering wheel as I drove, and the sky looked too bright, too indifferent. At the hospital, the atmosphere was wrong immediately. Hospitals usually run on controlled urgency staff moving fast, but contain the building designed to swallow chaos and keep it behind doors. This time, the chaos leaked into the hallways. Nurses whispered in small clusters. Security stood near the elevators with stiff posture. A woman in scrubs cried quietly in a corner, like she'd done something unforgivable. Alvarez met me at the security desk. His face was tight, his eyes bloodshot. He looked like he hadn't slept. "Walk me through what you know," I said, though my voice came out lower than it should have. Alvarez jerked his chin toward the hallway. He was in psych observation, but medically stable. Wife left around 10 last night. Nurse checked on him at midnight. He was there, quiet. Said okay, like always. At 2:15, the camera catches him leaving his room. "Leaving alone?" I asked. Alvarez's jaw clenched. "Looks like it." We moved toward a small security office near the back. A hospital security supervisor sat at a computer with multiple camera feeds on the screen. His hands were clasped tight as if he wanted to strangle the keyboard. Alvarez leaned over him. "Show us." The supervisor nodded and pulled up the footage. The angle was from the hallway outside Daniel's room. Fluorescent lights, pale tile, a water fountain, a sign with arrows pointing to radiology and cafeteria. Normal hospital geometry. Timestamp 2:14:57 a.m. Daniel's door opened slowly. Daniel stepped out. Even on grainy security footage, I recognized his posture. Shoulders hunched, head slightly down, movements small. He wore hospital socks and a thin gown under a hoodie that must have been given to him for warmth. He looked like a kid sneaking out of bed. He paused in the hall and looked left, then right. Then he started walking. Not fast, not running, just moving. Small steps, careful, like he was following a path only he could see. "He shouldn't have been able to leave," the supervisor muttered. "The unit door alarm should have kept playing," Alvarez snapped. Daniel walked past the camera's view. The feed switched to the next camera down the hall. We watched him pass each frame like a ghost in a repeating loop, walking, pausing, walking again. At one point, he stopped near a vending machine and stood still for several seconds, head tilted slightly as if listening. My skin prickled. Listening for what? Then he continued, turning toward the elevators. The next camera angle caught the elevator bank. Daniel appeared in the corner of the frame, stepping into view. He pressed the button. He waited. His posture shifted subtly, shoulders rising, head dipping lower, like he was bracing. Like a rule had activated. The elevator doors opened. Daniel stepped inside. The doors began to close. And then the screen glitched. Not a full blackout, just a distortion, a sudden smear of static across the image. The timestamp kept running, but the picture broke into blocks of color and gray noise. For 3 seconds, the camera showed nothing but digital snow. Then the picture snapped back to normal. The elevator doors were closed. Daniel was gone. Alvarez swore under his breath. The security supervisor's face had gone pale. "That doesn't happen," he said, voice tight. "Our cameras don't. It happened." Alvarez cut in. "Show the next feed." The next feed was the lobby. We watched the empty lobby for several minutes. A janitor pushing a mop bucket, a nurse walking briskly, automatic doors opening once for an ambulance crew. No Daniel. Alvarez leaned closer. "He doesn't show up." The supervisor shook his head. "Not on the lobby feeds." "What about stairwells?" I asked. The supervisor clicked through. Stairwell A empty, stairwell B empty, service corridor empty. My mouth went dry, so he vanished in the elevator. Alvarez's eyes were hard, or someone knew how to avoid cameras. The supervisor swallowed. "We checked the elevator camera too," he said, voice shaky. It glitched at the same time. My skin went cold. Same time, same glitch. 3 seconds of static, like someone had stepped between the camera and reality. Alvarez turned to the supervisor. "Pull the audio." The supervisor hesitated. "These units don't, they do," Alvarez said sharply. "I know you have audio on the hallway cameras. Pull it." The supervisor's fingers moved quickly, clicking menus, dragging sliders. A waveform appeared on the screen, thin lines of sound captured by the camera mic. He hit play. We watched the hallway footage again, but this time we listened. At first it was just hospital ambience air conditioning, hum distant beeps, a muffled announcement over the PA. Then Daniel's door opened. and there was the soft squeak of hinges. Daniel's footsteps, small, soft hospital socks against tile. He paused near the vending machine. We heard the faint crinkle of his gown. Then beneath the ambient noise, something else. A sound that didn't belong. Click. I felt my entire body tighten. The click came again steady. Click, click. Slow, even, like a metronome. The supervisor frowned. "What is that?" Alvarez didn't answer. My mouth went dry. My palms sweated. The clicking continued as Daniel walked, and the spacing between the clicks matched his pace. Not exactly his steps, but close enough that it felt like accompaniment, like a guide, like someone setting a rhythm for him to follow. Daniel reached the elevator in the video. We heard the elevator button being pressed, a small ding. We heard the doors open with a soft, mechanical sigh. And we heard Daniel's breath. Shallow, controlled, as if he was trying not to be heard. Then the clicking sped up slightly. Click, click, click. Not frantic. Directive. Daniel stepped into the elevator. The doors began to close. And right before the glitch, right before the video broke into static, there was a voice so low and close to the microphone that it almost blended into the hum of the building. A man's voice. Soft. Pleased. Good, it whispered. Then click. The audio warped for a second as the video glitched. The clicking stopped abruptly, like someone had released the toy. The picture returned. Daniel was gone. The security supervisor stared at the screen like it had betrayed him. That he started, then stopped because he didn't have words for a sound that shouldn't exist in a hospital hallway at 2:15 a.m. Alvarez's face had gone tight and still, like a man holding anger behind his teeth. He looked at me. "You hear that?" I nodded because my throat wouldn't let me speak. "Pull it again," Alvarez ordered. The supervisor rewound and played the audio once more. The clicking was there again. Steady, patient, and the whisper, "good," was unmistakable. I felt something cold settle into my stomach. It wasn't just that Daniel had left. It was the way he left, like he was being led. Like the rules had followed him out of the concrete room and into a hospital corridor. Like the trigger had traveled. Alvarez rubbed his face with one hand, then spoke to the supervisor. "Get us a copy of that audio. Now." The supervisor nodded rapidly, eyes wide. Alvarez turned to me, his voice lower now. "Rebecca doesn't know yet," he said. "We're going to tell her, and then we're going to find him." I stared at the frozen elevator doors on the screen. Find him. The phrase sounded clean, practical, like a task. But all I could think about was Daniel's small voice whispering "okay," and the sound of clicking guiding him down a hallway in the middle of the night. All I could think about was the possibility that Daniel hadn't been taken by force. He had been activated, like a conditioned animal responding to a cue. And if that was true, then the most terrifying part wasn't that Daniel could disappear again. It was that he might have walked willingly toward the thing that hurt him because the rules told him to. As Alvarez and I left the security office, the hospital hallway outside felt different. Too bright. Too open. Too full of places a sound could hide. My ears strained without permission, searching for it. A click. A soft plastic metronome. Because once you've heard it where it doesn't belong, you start to understand that safe places are only safe until the rules decide otherwise. And I couldn't shake the thought that tightened my throat as we walked. If Daniel could be led out of a hospital, then the person holding the trigger wasn't just close. He was confident. He was close enough to whisper praise into a camera microphone. Close enough to walk someone through bright corridors without being seen. Close enough to make reality glitch for 3 seconds and take a man who had already been rescued. Chapter 7. Speak Small, Part 7.1. The storm came back like a memory deciding to be real again. It didn't arrive gradually the way weather normally does. It rolled in fast, and confident thick clouds piling up low over the town like a lid being closed. The air changed, first pressure dropping, humidity rising. Then the wind started moving through the trees with the same restless impatience I remembered from the night Daniel called. It was late October again, 2 weeks after Daniel disappeared from the hospital, and the calendar felt like a cruel joke. Different date, same temperature, same taste in the air, same hour lurking ahead like a trap. I was on shift when the first transformer popped in the distance. A brief blue flare behind a row of rooftops, then the deep, hollow pop that travels through wet air like a warning shot. Streetlights flickered and steadied. A traffic signal at the next intersection blinked twice and went dark. My stomach tightened automatically. I hated myself for how fast my body recognized the pattern. I hated how the sensation wasn't surprise, it was confirmation. A loop. A rule repeating. Dispatch toned out a call just after midnight. Not the kind of call that should have mattered. Not a hostage, not a pursuit. A small call. The kind you handle and forget. Unit 12, Mara's voice said over the radio, clipped and professional. Respond to a noise complaint. Apartment complex off Pine Ridge. Caller reports banging and possible disturbance in the laundry room. A noise complaint. The kind of call that's usually drunk neighbors or teenagers messing around, sometimes a domestic. Nothing that should have made my skin go cold. But the way Mara said it too, careful too, even put a weight in my chest. Mara, I said, and I kept my tone neutral because radios carry emotion too easily. Any other notes? A pause. A thin wash of static. Nothing further, she replied. But proceed with caution. Proceed with caution. She didn't say that on noise complaints. Not unless she was thinking about something she couldn't say. Copy, I said, and my voice came out smaller than it should have. I drove toward Pine Ridge through rain that started as mist and quickly became needles, thin, hard drops that stung the windshield and made the wipers squeal. The roads glistened, the trees bent. The sky flashed once with distant lightning, pale and flat, like someone flicking a light switch behind a curtain. As I approached the complex, I felt the sense of being pulled. It wasn't a hand on my shirt. It wasn't someone following me in a car. It was something subtler, like the call had been placed, not because someone needed help, but because someone needed me there. Like the dispatch tone wasn't an alert, but a hook. The laundry room, mail room, apartment complex geometry. Places where people come and go with their heads down, keys in hand, lives half asleep. Places where a small sound can hide inside larger ones. I arrived and parked under a dead street lamp. The complex lights were still on, but the nearest lamp buzzed weakly and flickered like it might die any second. Rain glittered in my headlights. The lot was half full, cars parked in neat rows, their windows black and reflective. I got out and approached the laundry room with my flashlight, cutting a narrow cone through the rain. The building smelled like wet mulch and cheap detergent venting from dryer exhaust. I could hear the distant rumble of machines, a steady rotating thunder from behind concrete. The laundry room door was propped open with a brick. That immediately raised the hair on my arms. Laundry rooms in complexes are usually locked. People don't leave them open in storms. They don't prop them open unless they're carrying big loads or they want someone to come in. I stepped inside and called out, "Police department, anyone in here?" The room was bright fluorescent, humming with washers and dryers lining both walls. The air was warm and heavy with fabric softener. A few machines ran lids vibrating slightly. A lost sock sat on a folding table like a dead animal. No one answered. I walked the narrow aisle, checking behind the open doors of dryers like that made sense. I listened for voices, for movement, for the kind of quiet that means someone is hiding. Nothing. Just the machines. Just the rain tapping the small window near the ceiling. The noise complaint felt suddenly ridiculous, and that's when my radio crackled again. Unit 12, Mara's voice said, and the tone had changed. It wasn't dispatch professional anymore. It was personal, compressed with something like fear. 12 copy, I replied immediately. Static. Then, be advised, Pine Ridge just lost power, as if the words were a trigger. The fluorescent lights above me flickered. The dryers groaned as their motors fought the drop. Then everything went dark at once. The hum died. The room's warmth evaporated in the sudden quiet. For half a second, there was absolute silence, the kind you almost never get in a city. No machine noise, no TV through walls, no hallway lights buzzing, just my own breathing. And then my flashlight became the only light in the laundry room, a white beam cutting through darkness. My heart started to pound hard enough to make my vest shift. Because I'd been here before in a different building on a different street, but in the same feeling. Power outage. Dark corridors. A call that shouldn't matter turning into something that does. I keyed my radio. Copy. I'm in the laundry room. It's clear. I'm going to step out and check the building. Mara's voice was small through the static. Just be careful. I stepped back into the hallway. Emergency exit signs glowed faint red. The complex corridor felt suddenly longer, the darkness turning it into a tunnel. I didn't wait for backup. I didn't even ask for it. Some part of me knew how far away help would be with flooded roads and outages. Some part of me also knew that whatever wanted me here wasn't afraid of units arriving. It had walked Daniel out of a hospital. It didn't fear witnesses. It liked them. I cleared the corridor with my light, then stepped outside into the rain again. The wind had picked up. Rain stung my cheeks. The parking lot looked like a sheet of black glass under sodium lamps that were now flickering, as if they were struggling to stay awake. I started toward my cruiser, wanting to leave, wanting to go back to the station where there were cameras and people and light, wanting to put distance between myself and whatever loop was tightening. Halfway across the lot, I saw it. My cruiser's passenger door was open, not cracked this time, open enough that the interior light should have been on, but it wasn't because the power outage had killed the lot's auxiliary circuit and the cruiser's cabin light had been manually disabled on my last shift. The door hung open like a mouth inviting rain inside. My throat tightened. I slowed. My flashlight beam swept the ground, the pavement gleaming wet. Footprints were everywhere in the rain, mine old ones, patterns of tread. But under the open door, two prints stood out immediately. Two small, wet footprints, child-sized, close together. And beside them, deeper, darker in the sheen of water, a single bare adult footprint planted hard. The same pairing, but worse. Because this time the small prints led into the open door, smearing wetness onto the threshold. And the adult bare print, heavier, was angled as if someone had stood there and leaned forward into my car. I stopped several feet away, rain sliding down my face, and stared. My flashlight beam shook slightly. The lot around me looked empty at first glance, cars sitting silent, windows dark. But the darkness between them felt thick, full of places a person could stand without being seen. I turned my light outward, scanning. Nothing moved. No one ran. No one spoke. Just rain. Just wind. Just the flicker of sodium lamps above, struggling. My radio on my shoulder crackled with static, but no voice came through. It was like the storm had swallowed dispatch. I stepped closer, slow, my body moving the way it had learned to move in that basement, cautious, small, controlled. I hated myself for it. I forced my shoulders back, slightly, tried to stand tall. My stomach tightened as if I'd broken a rule. The closer I got to the open door, the stronger the smell became. Not gasoline, not wet seats. That mineral dampness again, wet concrete, basement air. It rolled out of my cruiser like cold breath. My flashlight beam cut into the passenger seat. Empty. The dashboard. Empty. The floorboard. Dark. Then I saw something on the seat. A small object pale against the wet fabric. The bunny, or what was left of it. Crushed. Dirt smeared. Its head split so wide the spring inside was visible like a tooth. One ear torn away. The other bent backward like a broken finger. It sat on the passenger seat facing me, as if someone had placed it there carefully and then stepped back to watch my reaction. My breath caught, and in the rain with the storm building overhead and the entire complex dark around me, I realized the truth I'd been resisting. This wasn't random haunting. This wasn't stress. This wasn't a prank. This was a pattern with intent. A system that could move objects and people and evidence across spaces that should have been sealed. A system that repeated itself when the weather repeated, when the city went dark, when power died, when the world became quiet enough for a small sound to matter. I stood beside my open passenger door, rain dripping off my uniform flashlight beam fixed on the broken bunny, and waited because my body had learned that the next part always came after. The click, the rule, the signal that told you what you were allowed to do. And somewhere in the darkness between cars so soft, the rain almost covered it, I heard it begin again, slow and patient, keeping time with my breath. Click. A pause, click. Chapter 7, Speak, Small, Part 7.2. The clicking didn't come from one place. That was the first thing that broke me. I stood by my open passenger door with rain threading down my face and the broken bunny sitting on the seat like a rotten offering, and I listened hard, trying to locate the sound the way you locate a gunshot. Direction, distance, source. But the click wasn't a gunshot. It wasn't violence, it was instruction. It moved the way a thought moves, appearing wherever it needed to in order to control you. Click. A pause, click. Slow, patient. Timed to my breathing so neatly, it made my lungs feel like someone else's property. I forced myself to inhale shallowly, then held it. The click paused too, as if waiting, as if the sound needed my breath to complete its rhythm. Then I exhaled. Click. My stomach clenched. My flashlight beam shook slightly on the bunny's broken face. The rain hit the car roof with a soft, constant hiss. Somewhere farther down the lot, a door slammed and an alarm chirped once, then went silent as if the storm had swallowed it. I did the only thing I could think to do. I closed the passenger door, slowly, carefully, not a big slam. My hand wrapped around the handle, wet and cold, and I pulled it inward until it latched. The mechanical click of the latch felt too similar to the plastic click in the air. My shoulders rose anyway. I turned and swept my flashlight across the lot. Cars sat like dark shapes in the rain. Sodium lamps flickered overhead, buzzing weakly. The building's windows were dark. Most people asleep or huddled in their apartments with candles and phone screens. No one stood out there with me. No one visible. But visibility didn't mean anything anymore. I'd watched Daniel vanish in a hospital elevator with cameras rolling. I stepped away from the passenger side and moved around the rear of the cruiser, keeping my light low, scanning for movement beneath the cars, between them, anywhere a body could crouch. Nothing. The clicking continued steady now. Click, click. and with it that faint smell returned: wet concrete, cold metal, old air, air. I moved to the driver's side and opened the door. The interior was dark. The cabin light stayed off. My flashlight beam cut across the steering wheel, the dash, the front seats. Empty. Normal. Except the air inside wasn't normal. The moment I leaned in, the smell hit me stronger, cold, damp, threaded with iron. It felt like the car had been parked in a basement for hours and then driven up into the rain. I climbed into the driver's seat anyway, because standing outside in the lot felt worse. I shut the door behind me, sealing myself into a space that should have been mine. The clicking didn't stop. It sounded closer now, like it had followed me inside. I aimed my flashlight at the back seat. The upholstery was dark, slightly shiny from dampness. Nothing sitting there. Then I saw the floorboard. Under the rear bench, barely visible, was something pale. I leaned forward and angled the beam lower. Zip ties. New ones, white plastic, clean, still glossy. Not the cut ones from the crime scene in the house. These looked like they'd just come out of a package. They were wet droplets clinging to them. One lay half under the seat, like it had been tossed there carelessly. My throat tightened. Zip ties didn't appear in people's cars by accident. They appear as tools, as intent. My hand trembled as I reached back and grabbed one with 2 fingers. It was cold and slick. The tiny ridges along its edge bit faintly into my skin. I dropped it into the center console like it was burning. The clicking changed. Not louder, just nearer. And then I realized where it was coming from. The trunk. A soft sound behind me, muffled by metal and upholstery. Click, click. Perfectly even. Perfectly paced. Like a metronome hidden in the dark, my pulse slammed. I stared at the dashboard for a second, my mind briefly offering me an escape route. Drive away. Just drive away. Get out of the lot. Get to the station. Get to people. But the storm had knocked out lights. The roads were slick. The radio was silent. Dispatch had gone quiet, swallowed by the outage. And some colder part of me, the part that had seen evidence turn against me and heard my own voice in a child register, whispered the truth. You can drive, and it will still be in the car. Because it isn't a place. It's a rule. I opened the driver's door and stepped back into the rain. The wind hit harder now. Rain stung like needles. The sodium lamps overhead flickered violently, the lot flashing between orange and dark like a stuttering film reel. I walked to the rear of the cruiser, my flashlight beam bouncing, and put my hand on the trunk. The metal was cold. The clicking was louder here, almost crisp. Click, click, click. I hesitated with my fingers under the lip. There was a moment, just a moment, where my brain went back to the basement door with the latch, the cold air bleeding out, the smell of iron, the sense that opening it would change everything. This felt the same. The trunk wasn't a trunk anymore. It was another door, another mouth. I forced myself to lift. The trunk opened with a damp groan, hinges resisting in the rain. My flashlight beam cut into the darkness inside. Empty. No body, no crouched suspect, no Daniel. Just the trunk's black lining and a spare tire compartment. But something lay neatly in the center, placed like a folded note. A foil emergency blanket. The kind EMTs use. Silver, crinkled, reflective, folded into a careful rectangle. And on one corner of it, stuck to the foil like old paint, was a brown stain. Not bright red, not fresh. Brown like dried blood that had been diluted and then left to set. The smell that rose from the blanket was unmistakable. Iron, old sweat, basement air trapped in foil. My stomach rolled hard. The clicking stopped the moment I opened the trunk, as if whatever had been doing it had achieved its purpose. Silence filled the space, broken only by rain and the distant grumble of thunder. Then my phone vibrated in my pocket. The sudden buzz made me jump like I'd been shocked. I pulled it out with wet fingers. The screen lit my face with pale light. Unknown number. Voicemail. A missed call I hadn't felt. No timestamp on the lock screen, because my phone was struggling with the outage, but the notification was fresh. My breath came shallow. I stared at the voicemail icon like it might bite. Then I pressed play. At first there was only static and a faint hiss of background noise like wind over a microphone. Then a sound layered underneath, soft and rhythmic. Click, click. My throat tightened. The clicking in the voicemail matched the clicking I just heard in the trunk. And then a voice came through. Small, thin, a child's voice. It whispered my name. Not the name printed on my badge. The name my mother used when she was scared for me. The name my ex used when she wanted something. My private name. I felt my blood go cold. The voice continued, pleading, trembling, please. Please don't. Don't make him mad. My skin prickled from scalp to spine, because it wasn't Daniel's voice. It was mine. My voice pushed, high, squeezed, small, forced into that same child register. My own cadence, my own breathing pattern underneath it, my own tiny stutter when I was trying not to cry. I stood in the rain with my trunk open and that foil blanket gleaming under my flashlight and listened to myself beg. Please, my own voice whispered again, softer now. I'm being good. I'm being good. A pause. Then very close to the microphone, a man's voice, low and pleased, entered the recording like a hand sliding into your hair. Good girl, it murmured. My stomach lurched. The words were gentle in tone and monstrous in meaning. Then the plastic click sounded once sharp and clean. Click. The voicemail ended. My phone screen went dark a second later, as if it couldn't hold the light. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. I stared at the trunk, at the foil blanket, at the rain filling the open space like static. I tried to convince myself it was a prank, a deep fake, someone messing with me because of the case. But how did they get my private name? How did they mimic my voice that perfectly, down to the way my breath caught on certain syllables, and why did it feel like listening to it had changed something in my body, like the sound had pressed a button behind my ribs and made my posture fold inward? I realized my shoulders were hunched. My chin was tucked. My breathing was shallow, quiet, small. I forced myself upright, angry, defiant, and immediately my nervous system punished me with a wave of dread so strong it made my vision blur. Like I'd broken a rule. Like the world was waiting to correct me. Thunder rolled overhead, deep and heavy, shaking the air. In the flash of distant lightning, the foil blanket in my trunk reflected the light, and for a split second, I saw my own face in it, warped the way it had been warped in the pool of blood in the basement. A distorted reflection, a recorded image, proof that I was present in a place I shouldn't be. I slammed the trunk shut harder than I meant to the metal clanging in the rain. The sound echoed through the lot like a gunshot. Immediately, the lights above flickered violently, and somewhere nearby a car alarm chirped once, then died. My heart hammered. I stood there, soaked, breathing too loud now, and waited for the click to punish me. It didn't come. Not yet. But the silence felt worse than the sound, because it felt like the pause before something leaned in close enough to whisper, not into a phone, not into a recorder, but into me. Chapter 7. Speak Small, Part 7.3. I didn't stay in the parking lot. Some part of me wanted to stand there in the rain like a soldier refusing to retreat, like a man who still believed defiance mattered. But another part, older and colder, understood something I hadn't wanted to accept until that voicemail played my own voice back to me. Whatever this was, it didn't need my permission, and it didn't need my courage either. It just needed proximity. So I went upstairs. I moved fast, keys clenched in my fist, flashlight in my other hand, rainwater running off my sleeves in cold streams. The stairwell smelled like wet concrete and old cigarettes. Emergency lights glowed faint red along the walls because the power outage had hit my building too. My footsteps echoed in the narrow space, and each echo made me flinch, as if loudness itself was a mistake. By the time I reached my floor, my breathing had gone shallow without me deciding. Quiet, controlled, careful. Speak small. I hated the thought, even as it shaped my body. My apartment door waited at the end of the hallway, like it always did. Brown paint peephole, cheap brass knob. But tonight it felt like another threshold in a chain of thresholds. Another place where a crack of darkness could become a mouth. I slid my key in. The metal scraped softly. I turned it. The lock clicked. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The air in my apartment was stale, slightly warm, and for a split second that normal indoor smell hit me like relief. Fabric, dust, old coffee, detergent from the neighbor's laundry vent. Then I shut the door behind me and threw the deadbolt. Once, twice. I didn't trust one lock anymore. I turned on every light. Living room lamp, overhead kitchen light, hallway light, bedroom light. The whole place snapped into harsh brightness, shadows retreating into corners like animals. I stood in the center of my living room, soaked, and listened. No clicking, no whispering, just the hum of my refrigerator and the distant, muffled sound of the storm pressing against the building like a hand. My phone sat heavy in my pocket. I pulled it out and stared at the screen, half expecting the voicemail to still be playing, half expecting my own child voice to leak out of the speaker unprompted. Nothing. Just the normal lock screen. Time battery, a couple of notifications. I went into the kitchen and poured myself a glass of water, but my hands shook enough that the water sloshed over the rim. I drank anyway. It tasted like metal. Or maybe everything tasted like metal now. I set the glass down and realized I was whispering. Not words, just breath. A soft exhale through my teeth like I was trying not to be heard by the walls. I stopped, forced a louder inhale, forced my shoulders back. My body resisted the posture like it was unfamiliar. I walked the apartment again, light by light, room by room, checking corners like a patrol sweep, closet, bathroom, under the bed. I opened the shower curtain hard enough that it snapped. I slammed cabinet doors on purpose, trying to prove that I could make big noises and still be alive. Nothing moved. The apartment stayed normal. My skin didn't believe it. When I finally sat on the couch, my wet uniform sticking to the cushions, I stared at the dark TV screen. Even with all the lights on the TV's black surface held reflections, my face pale, my eyes too wide, the room behind me layered in glassy darkness. The storm outside grumbled with thunder. Distant lightning flashed through the blinds in thin, pale stripes. Then my phone vibrated. Not a call this time. A notification tone, soft, familiar. Photo added to your cloud. My stomach dropped. I didn't move at first. I just stared at the phone in my hand like it was a living thing. Another vibration. One new photo uploaded. I hadn't taken any pictures. My hands were empty most of the night. No selfies, no accidental snaps. And even if I had, my phone had been in my pocket in the rain. I tapped the notification with a finger that felt numb. The gallery opened. A new image sat at the top. Timestamp 2:17 a.m. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. 2:17. The hour of the original call. The hour Daniel had whispered into a line while someone praised him close enough for dispatch to catch it. The hour my voicemail had come. The hour the loop wanted. I stared at the thumbnail, a small rectangle of dim light and shadow. Then I opened it. It was my bedroom. Not a picture of my bedroom from where I stood. Not a picture from my phone sitting on a dresser. It was taken from a corner that doesn't exist unless someone is standing in the room, high-angled down toward the bed, framing the scene like a photographer who had time to compose it. In the photo, I was in the bed, asleep, face turned toward the pillow. One arm bent awkwardly, hand near my mouth like I'd been whispering even in my sleep. The sheets were rumpled. The bedside lamp was off. The only light in the room came from the hallway, spilling in under the door like a thin line. I stared at my own sleeping body in the photo and felt my skin crawl away from my bones. Because I was awake. I was on the couch. And yet the photo showed me asleep. My mind tried to scramble for an explanation, an old photo, a glitch, a wrong date. But the bedding in the photo matched what I'd made that morning. The hoodie I'd thrown on a chair was there in the same spot. The small scuff on the bedroom door was visible, and the timestamp was precise. 2:17 a.m. My thumb swiped instinctively, zooming in. The image sharpened, and then I saw it. In the reflection of the dark TV screen in my bedroom, the TV that sat opposite the bed, I could see the room behind the camera angle. A shadow, tall, standing behind where the photographer would have been. It wasn't a blur. It wasn't an artifact. It had shape. And in its hand, held low, was something small. Something that caught a faint glint from the hallway light. A plastic curve. A bunny ear. My stomach rolled hard. I nearly dropped the phone. My heart hammered so loud, it made my ears ring. I backed my gaze away from the zoomed-in reflection, like looking at it too long would invite it into the room I was currently sitting in. Then I noticed something else. At the top of the screen, a little icon indicated it was a live photo, one of those short clips that captures a second of motion and sound. My fingers went cold. I didn't want to press it. But some stupid, compulsive part of me needed to know. Needed to hear what had been in the room with me. I pressed. The photo moved. Just a subtle shift in shadows, the hallway light flickering slightly, as if someone had passed by it. And the audio played. At first, there was only the faint ambient sound of my apartment refrigerator, hum distant storm, the soft hiss of rain against windows. Then very clearly came the sound. Click. A soft plastic click. A pause, click. Slow. Deliberate. Timed like a metronome. My throat tightened and my chest went cold because the click sounded close to the microphone, close to my sleeping body in the bed. Then, over the clicking, a voice entered the audio. Not loud, not angry, soft, warm. The kind of tone you'd use to soothe a child back to sleep. Good girl, the voice whispered. My stomach lurched. The voice continued, gentle as a lullaby, speak small. Click. The live photo ended. The screen froze on my sleeping face. The room around me, my living room, was still brightly lit. Every lamp on. Every corner visible. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the lights were irrelevant. That the rules didn't care about visibility. My phone slipped slightly in my damp grip. I looked down at it and realized my hands were trembling. I forced a breath in, big, loud, defiant. It came out smaller than I intended. A whisper. I tried again, opening my mouth to say something solid, something adult, something that belonged to me. Stop. But what came out was a thin, quiet sound, barely audible. Okay. The word hovered in the air like a confession. I stared at my phone, then at the bright walls of my apartment, then at the hallway leading to my bedroom. Somewhere deep inside my body, my breath had already adjusted back into the slow rhythm. Inhale. Exhale. As if it were waiting for the click to set the pace again. And as I sat there on my couch with every light on, listening to the storm and the quiet hum of my refrigerator, I understood the coldest part. Not the photo, not the voice, not the fact that something had been in my room. The coldest part was this: I was answering it now. Softly. Automatically. And I couldn't remember when I'd started speaking small in the first place.